Chapter 16, 91. Someone always told me that the world of order would eventually be destroyed by the impact of chaos. Those black blobs of ink must have been muttering, "The void will eventually return to the endless chaos in the middle of the night, just like the era of chaos," in front of the void ceiling circle outside Node 0. We looked up while trembling. That vast energy nova had completely wiped out the void, and it was as clean as, well, it was very clean. He could only see a huge golden ring that looked like a donut. That was probably the residual energy left after the nova bombarded the void, or some energy phenomenon. Anyway, he scanned the vicinity of the golden ring with his spirit, and all he got was indistinguishable information. The rules of the void had formed a knot around his neck and then tightened. If the void did not intend to kill him, then it could only mean that it was caused by an observer who did not know how to control his strength. Didn't that guy just say, "Take the void and die together"? Obviously, he intended to wipe out the void as well. I think that if Euphone continues on this path, one day he will wipe out order while dealing with chaos. In the end, it will not be chaos that destroys order, but order itself. Jingyan listened from the side and sincerely agreed. Look at how clean the void was. Well, that's what it meant. Even the abyssal death mist spawns could not be seen. What a pity! I heard some spawns running over from the other nodes, intending to provide support. If Euphone could hold on a little longer, he might be able to wipe out more spawns. Hui stared at the void that was so clean that the abyssal death mist could not be seen, and sighed. Jing Yuanji listened from the side, and her expression suddenly became a little strange. Lord Hui, listen to the soul message now. What's wrong with the soul message? Hui was slightly stunned, and only then did he realize that he had blocked the soul message in his hurry to defend. Now he calmly opened it, and then Lord Euphone has cleared the area. There is no abyssal death mist in the area. Vanguard team, quickly go and observe. They will not retreat so quickly. The rest of you, quickly clean up the realm of order and prepare the energy towers for the next battle. Logistics, can hold it in. We can handle the ordinary energy towers. Who is going to move the origin energy tower from the origin shrine? The stock here is almost... Besides, can't you use the origin energy towers sparingly? Couldn't they just use them to fight the primeval kings? Why do you have to use such precious equipment to defeat those bastards? Because it feels good. Logistics. Yes, and Yen, immediately mobilize half of the power of order into the spiritual temple. Let the dead soldiers recover as soon as possible. Do you see the new recruits? These are the consequences of charging into the Abyss Death Fog army without thinking at all and imitating Lord Maple's peerless opening. Brand them into my soul and remember them well. Sir, 80% of those who died were new recruits. The remaining 20% were killed in order to save the new recruits. What are you looking at? Go and fix the Order Realm. Do you think the battle is over? If you're so bored, go help out in the logistics department. Don't just stand there and stare blankly at me. If you're still standing there, I'll empty a node for you and stuff you into it to use as an energy tower. Node damage level is 26%. Not bad. Entering normal repair state. Node 333 reporting to you. Our old friends are hiding in the depths of the void. Oh, they seem to be stunned. Those primeval spawns and primeval life forms are also, they've retreated. The spawns are advancing slowly. Everyone, please pay attention to your defense. We'll leave a monitoring node here and retreat first. Very good. Brothers of Node 333, please come back quickly. Be careful. Elsewhere in the void front line, report the current situation. One word. No abyss death fog in the area. Hurry up and restore the power of order. Over. Very good. Hui and Jingyun. Oh my God. Did he just wipe out all the abyss death fog spawns that besieged the entire void frontline? They had thought that it was just a normal energy nova unleashed on the front line. They never thought that the energy nova would be blasted over there through the node's energy transfer. Lord Hui, we've detected the abyss death fog spawns advance, but an order warrior suddenly leaped out of the void and appeared before them. They're moving very slowly for some reason, and we don't see any signs of them recovering. It's normal that they don't see any signs of recovery. They have ways to recover bit by bit, and they definitely won't do it right under our noses. Hui waved his hand. As for the slow march, phew, I don't know what they're doing, but we've managed to buy some time to recover. Jingyun stroked his chin and muttered to himself. His gaze flickered as he stared at the depths of the void, facing the abyss death fog from afar. The low pressure around him told everyone that he did not feel relaxed at all, and Hui was taken aback as well. Do you still feel that something's not right? Jingyun looked at him and nodded. I feel uneasy. The last time this feeling was so strong. I heard the news that the origin god had fallen at the center of the battlefield. This time, he let out a long sigh. I still don't know what's going to happen. I'll have the origin sanctum come out and use it as a bridgehead for the node and strengthen the defenses here as much as possible. You guys think of a way to maximize the power of Node 0. Everyone looked at each other before nodding. They then scattered around the node city to adjust the realm of order and energy of order. Huey's gaze flickered. I'll go check on Maple. All right, I'll adjust Origin. The two of them were suddenly startled. Everyone who was still here turned their heads to look at the huge beam of light that pierced through the void. The golden beam of light was still increasing in power. Moreover, its aura, its energy was already the presence of origin and chaos. The young man is slowly using the power of first light. Jingyun's expression was somber. Hui, who was about to jump out, was stunned. That attack just now doesn't count. That's just a rather powerful attack that the little brother unleashed after going through a transformation similar to metamorphosis after the primal chaos. And first light evolved. He should be gradually understanding his current situation. It's stronger. Huey's cheeks flushed. That attack, just now aside, if he had used all his power to increase his defenses, he would probably only be able to barely withstand it. He would be in a very sorry state after that. Don't go over yet. The young man seems to be the golden donut-like ring that was left in the void suddenly shrank and turned into a cluster of golden starlight. After a few violent tremors, it condensed into a super-condensed giant star that hung high in the void. It was like a real sun, releasing endless power of order in all directions. Jingyun's eyebrows twitched. She waved her hand and gave the order. Open the energy field that can resist the impact of order. Just do it on a small scale. The target of that beam of light is not here. It only has a weak effect. Just don't let the light shine on you for too long. Siyu tilted her head in confusion. Will I get tanned? Everyone was speechless. That was definitely not what she meant. It was supposed to be a very serious topic. However, it was broken by this girl's words. Jingyun could not help but smile bitterly. She shook her head and said, "That is the first light. It contains the energy of order and chaos at the same time. Even if we are all order, under the long-term illumination of that beam of light, order will be eroded by order, replaced by an even more powerful force," Hui said casually. All of a sudden, the void region here shook violently, causing them to shift their attention. What they saw was a distortion in the void. Even the huge golden star twisted and flickered for a moment. A moment later, The void was like a piece of broken glass that was suddenly covered with countless cracks. The next moment, the void suddenly exploded. The energy, mixed with order and chaos along with the aura of nothingness, surged into the void. The golden star began to roll violently. The unprecedented energy reaction instantly caused the order domain of Node Zero to tremble. The golden star rolled over and over. Huge waves of millions of miles high rolled up on its surface. It was as if the giant star was erupting. However, what it was erupting was not a pure energy beam. Instead, it was a huge array that was almost crystallized. Beside the array, there were countless arrays of different sizes. It was like the gate of a fortress was opened. A general was leading a large number of soldiers out to meet the enemy. The colorful arrays, weaved by the origin runes and the divine language of the first generation, condensed into several huge energy rings on the orbit of the giant star. Layers of energy fields and energy barriers wrapped around it into an indestructible fortress. After that, it slowly moved into the depths of the void, towards the direction of the abyssal death shroud. This scene was transmitted to the entire front line by the nodes of the void. Jing Yun felt that even the abyssal death shroud must have seen this scene. The giant star's posture was definitely suffocating, especially when it was formed by countless order and rule energies, and the energy of the first light as its core. It was definitely not as simple as a normal energy ball. It also brought thousands of soldiers with it. Those were all armed to the fingernails. It was a mobile war fortress. It was almost equivalent to the little brother's own clone. No matter how I look at it, Maple seems to be ready to risk his life. Hui looked distressed. He had been looking at Maple through the layer of light. The latter had dyed himself colorful, and his whole body was shining with golden light. He was like a statue placed in the square. We had only seen that determined expression on his face a few times. The first time was when Long Sky's army came to the divine world, and the Void's front line was in a state of emergency. The second time was when he wanted to have a face-to-face confrontation with the demon Shadow. The last time was this time. Every time he put on this kind of expression, as if everything in the Void was nothingness, and only his body was moving forward, Hui knew that something big was going to happen. He did not know if the abyssal death shroud was so agitated that they were trembling. However, he knew that the other side was also unusually agitated. The originally slow march had a considerable number of manifestations that could not hold back the overly rich order power and were ready to charge over to fight Maple. All of them were moving at full speed. They began to charge halfway. Streaks of chaos energy came from across the void, pouring endless attacks on the behemoth. The abyssal death shroud manifestations from almost 100 nodes nearby are all coming this way. Jing Yun could not help wiping her sweat as she read the information that was sent to her through soul communication. Regardless of whether the lad already knows anything, we should be prepared here. Fortunately, we have taken precautions and had the Temple of Origin enter combat mode first. Let's get all the nodes of the order domain in position first. This time, the lad is planning to advance first. Boom! The vast order energy impact that shook the void exploded. The entire void reverberated with the rumbling of order. Even from a short distance away, one could feel their soul and body shuddering unnaturally. The huge star that was accompanied by countless energy circles hummed in unison. Massive amounts of order energy along with the presence of nothingness rushed into the depths of the void in an instant. The abyssal death shroud manifestations and the countless chaos blasts that were charging at them were reduced to ashes before they could even reach the distance where they needed to be on guard. Jing Yun smiled bitterly. Advance! Attack! All right. The lad has already started the fight. Let's continue to regroup and charge once we're done. The army of abyssal death shroud manifestations was also swarming towards them. At first, it was just scattered soldiers that were charging towards them while gathering along the way. Later, the huge chaos constructs that they had seen at the start appeared from the abyssal death shroud behind them. After a few void leaps, they stood right in front of the huge star. When the two met, the constructs were as small as peanuts, and it was obvious who had the upper hand. A single beam of light swept across them, and not even dust was left behind. That thing is really powerful. Watching the commotion in the void from a distance, we couldn't help but praise. He grinned. Each of those chaos structures was composed of billions and billions of chaos structures. Yet they were destroyed by a beam of light as soon as they appeared. What a suicidal move. The commander over there is getting anxious, with such a huge thing suddenly charging at them, and the lads suddenly clearing the area. It would be strange if they were not. Jingyun tidied up the Temple of Origin that came forward while following Hui and the others. Let's go. Continue to beat them up. All of you back off. Just stay at the back. Don't come forward. Just as they were about to rush forward to support one of the guys in the lead, a voice suddenly sounded in their minds, and they were all stunned. They turned to look at the beam of light. Yun Nuashing nodded at them, and then stared indifferently at the depths of the void. Her spirit commanded the Star Fortress to charge into the depths of the void. Oh, Feng's expression. This can be considered the highest level of state. Hui wiped his forehead. I suggest you say your last words first. Everyone, just as Hui, Jingyun, and the others were about to move forward a little and stay close to the rear, their expressions suddenly changed. In the void, that chaos and destructive presence suddenly descended once again. The abyssal death shroud that filled the entire void was once again approaching that distance, but judging from their slow-moving manner just now, they should not have reached here so quickly. Along with the gray energy, countless dark shadows broke free from the void and rapidly condensed into colossal bodies in the region, turning into distorted things that would make one's scalp tingle, stomach churn, and dizziness at a single glance. There were countless chaos constructs piled together, strange creatures that did not resemble humans from head to toe and only had the body of a human. There were also abyssal death shroud spawns that were spewing gray energy smoke. Moreover, the presence of chaos over their bodies was even more concentrated. Compared to the abyssal death shroud spawns that were repelled just now, the presence of chaos that appeared now was even more concentrated. They had long surpassed the domain of divine death, and if one were to take it as a trend, the abyssal death shroud spawns appeared to be evolving towards the peak of chaos order. Little by little, the chaos order is even more concentrated. Their order is almost approaching the order of the chaos void, and the degree of flesh and blood of the abyssal death shroud spawns also seems to be much closer. Jingyun's expression was somber as she waved her hand, allowing the Origin Temple to open a domain that contained Origin energy that was more powerful than ordinary order domains. There's no telling if this ancient temple can still hold up. When they evolve to the end, the Origin God's creations will be fine. Hui breathed a long sigh and waved his hand. Apart from the Origin Energy Tower, attack the other energy towers as you wish. Everyone, hold your ground in the order domain and attack where you are. The torrents of order that accompanied the eruption of the golden star drew ripples in the void, reflecting the radiance of the void. Countless energy torrents cut through the void and rushed towards the abyssal death shroud spawns that were continuously surging towards them from afar, as well as the army of spawns that did not seem to be quite right. Yun Nuashing also saw that army of spawns. Her expression remained calm, and she did not move at all. She merely waved her hand casually and gathered the energy, causing the magic circle to spin. That golden star also suddenly expanded a little. After that, countless energy rumbled as it attacked the army of spawns that had suddenly appeared in front of them. Hui and the others also stared at this attack. As that vast and mighty energy light burst forth, it rushed towards that army in an instant. Then their expressions suddenly froze. Bang! A huge dark energy barrier completely blocked that surging ocean-like energy. The countless energy that followed behind it also collapsed in front of that dark and chaotic barrier. Because of this, that golden star also stopped moving forward. Yin Nuoxing slowly raised her eyes and stared at the void. Her pale golden pupils slightly shrank. Oh my, so noisy. Treating our tool as a toy and turning the world upside down. A huge storm suddenly condensed in the abyssal death shroud. A vast aura, with the taste of order suddenly spread out from it, causing Hui and Jingyun to suddenly widen their eyes. Their breathing stopped. This aura, this imposing manner that was as vast as the might of the heavens, because of the arrival of this imposing manner, the golden light of order that had swept through the void suddenly shrank its encroaching territory and shrank back to the side of the golden star. In that abyssal death shroud, Yun Nuoxing easily found the place where the storm seemed to converge. A vast and mighty surge of energy that could not be recognized with this world's knowledge spread out from that place, suppressing all the power of order that they had condensed. However, it had no way to fight against the origin energy, so it could only suppress it. It could not directly use this imposing manner to defeat them. Oh, such impatient little fellows! Wouldn't it be great if you obediently sat where you should be and waited for us to arrive slowly? Why did you have to be so impatient to deliver yourself to us? The storm that had condensed and formed suddenly dissipated. Because of this, the light of the golden star also dimmed a little. After retreating a little distance, we also hurriedly propped up the guardian barrier and led the others to retreat. His face was as calm as water. That aura, that energy, could it be high-level primeval? The faint voice was like thunder, causing everyone to shudder violently. They turned around to look at Jingyun, who was speaking. He stared at the unusually conspicuous figure with the aura of order that suddenly appeared in the abyssal death shroud with his hands behind his back. He let out a long sigh. In the end, a life of this level has been left behind. Although we have been vigilant of the arrival of this day, I did not expect that they still— Are you planning to come out and clear the place? Hee, we have our own way to deal with it. Jingyun let out a low laugh. However, the success rate is still unknown. The figure that was accompanied by the gathering storm appeared in front of the army of the abyssal death shroud. He walked out of the army as if he was taking a stroll. He raised his head and let the golden sunlight fall on his face. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This light, it's him. I've seen him once before. Huey's eyes suddenly focused. The primeval heavenly god who came out and stopped our attack last time. That was just his divine clone. This time, his real body has come. Jingyun flicked his sleeve. All origin energy towers, get ready. Fuse with the energy of the origin sanctum and find a way to shake his divine domain and divine right domain for a moment. Then Yun Nuoxing stared at the figure and breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, the sneaky fellow, who has been hiding in the back. Hui and the others were stunned. You already knew? I had a feeling, but I've just confirmed it. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Just as Jingyun felt that something was wrong, he also felt an unusual aura from the abyssal death shroud when he overlooked the entire void battlefield. So, I'm trying to drive it back, or force it out. Don't tell me you've already thought of a way to deal with it. You can't possibly kill a high-level primeval, can you? We could not help but smile bitterly. Although he was praying that, just look at the people beside him. They were barely not falling because of the origin sanctum and the origin energy That was a genuine high-level primeval god, standing in front of them like a mountain. How could they fight it? Right, no wonder Jing Yun wanted them to use the power of the divine realm. But even with that power, Hui sighed and turned around as he thought about that. And then froze. He saw it again. He saw Maple's resolute determination that would not compromise with anything in the world and would not back down. Ants of the world of order. The young man suddenly opened his arms wide and looked at them. His chuckling voice echoed throughout the entire order void. Even if you don't have the same level of power, I will still allow you to speak on the same level. Submit or die. This is the only time, Yun Nuoshing slowly took out the pendant hidden under his lapel. A ray of light surged into the pendant along his soul, and then he threw it hard into Jing Yuanji's hand. The latter was stunned. Lord Maple, Yun Nuoshing, looked straight at the figure. Everyone in Node 0, listen up. Execute the 9th plan. Chapter 1692. The message that suddenly reverberated in the order void was a rule impact similar to a torrent of information. The target of the message was all sentient targets in the order void. At that moment, everyone heard what the young man said, and in their minds the scene of the confrontation between the void frontline and the army of manifestations appeared. However, other than the people in the void frontline and the frontline world, 90% of the people in the order void probably did not know what this sudden message and scene meant. By the time they found out, it would probably be too late. The army of manifestations stopped their attacks after the young man appeared. They stood quietly in the void, continuously allowing the manifestations to condense and gather. In addition to what he said just now, we felt that he was frantically stacking his chips so that the people in the order void would lose the courage to resist and obediently surrender when they saw the horrifying scene of the enemy at their doorstep. Surrender? They had long forgotten about this option many years ago. It was just a high-level primeval god. Losing half of the world of the gods and half of the order void was not impossible for him to spiral into the sky. The price? It did not matter. They were still standing here, so they could only continue to fight. Even if the order void was defeated, they would not linger on at death's door. All members of Node 0 execute Plan 9. Just as Hui was thinking this, and Jingyun was about to take charge of the overall situation, a voice startled both of them. They turned to look at each other at the same time and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Then they turned to look at Jing Yuanji and saw that she was holding Yun Nuoshing's pendant that was always on her body. Her beautiful face was also blank and helpless. They had never heard of any Plan 9. This execution was great. No, it was because they did not know, so they did not need to execute it. Was that what it meant? In other words, only some people knew about it. Hui reacted abruptly. His gaze rushed into the realm of order, and he happened to see the scene that was happening in the realm. Some of the celestial realm warriors and the other warriors of order suddenly took off the symbol on their body and handed it to the people behind them. Some of them threw their cloaks and windbreakers to the newcomers. They handed over the items that represented them and the control of the nodes of the realm of order to the newcomers. It seemed like the new and old personnel were handing over their duties. They seemed to have been prepared and expected this. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. After that, under the astonished and puzzled gazes of countless people, they walked forward without hesitation. They left the realm of order and stood in the void, facing the golden star. The sunlight cast long shadows on their backs in the void. Thump! The golden star in the void surged again. The 3 layers of magic circles that surrounded it all retracted their light and disappeared in the void. The unprecedentedly huge volume surged violently. The pillar of fire pillar that was 1,000,000 miles high in the primeval god's suppression only dimmed its light. Now, It once again projected the endless light of order to the entire void. It seems that you don't intend to give up. The young man put his hands behind his back and stared at the violently surging golden star with a smile that did not look like a smile. But is it really okay? Are you trying to replace all the life in the order domain? Resisting to the end sounds heroic. Unfortunately, the price you have to pay after that is not something you can bear. Are you planning to lead the entire order domain to destruction? The power that we have is enough to cleanse the entire order domain countless times. If we want to, we can push our army to the center of the order domain in just one day. The power that you speak of is nothing but a defective product that you use to deceive yourselves. The golden star responded with an even more violent surge of energy. The surface of the star stirred up a monstrous energy storm that was millions of miles high. Energy torrents that were tens of millions of miles high shot out into rings on the surface of the star. After that, the torrents rushed into the interior of the star and gushed out again with an intensity that was hundreds of times stronger than before. The size of the entire star began to slowly expand because of its violent activity. At the core of the star, the unprecedentedly powerful energy of order, rule, and origin flickered, as if it was breathing. Every time the light expanded and contracted, the energy reaction of the entire star would become dozens of times stronger. The void in this part of the void was distorted on a large scale because of this uncontrollable energy activity. Wherever the light shone, even the void behind the army of manifestations would be destroyed by the spread of unstable energy. The void began to tremble and become unstable. Boom! A golden sacred light that was hundreds of millions of miles wide suddenly descended from the void along with an aura that made the entire world of order feel uncomfortable. The aura of the origin of chaos and the origin of order mixed and intertwined as it was projected in the void, causing the people from both the world of order and the underworld to tremble. That ray of light, no matter if it belonged to order or chaos, there was no way for them to adapt to the aura that came from that ray of light. The origin of chaos. The young man's expression changed slightly. Suddenly, it became a little gloomier. Even the fake smile on his face was restrained. That should have been something that belongs to us. I didn't expect that we would be one step too late, and that you guys would beat us to it. Do you think that the realm of the gods is already in your pocket? Does that also mean that you think that the order domain should belong to you right now? Yun Nuoshing's figure, accompanied by the origin of light, appeared at the side of the golden sun. Beside her were thousands of order warriors that had gathered from the order domain. What's wrong with that? The young man spread out his hands and laughed coldly. Compared to you latecomers who have survived in the realm of the gods, we are much more orthodox. You guys are just turtle doves that have taken over the magpie's nest when we left. However, we don't blame you. The ignorant are innocent. After all, we belong to order as well. More or less, we need to take care of the latecomers. So, I'll have to trouble you guys to not cause us any trouble. Just stand there obediently and wait for everything to end. Survive. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. You are worthy of being called order. The golden star expanded and pulsed. It was becoming more and more violent under the illumination of the origin of light. Even though it was such a huge body, one could clearly see that there were traces of tremors on its edge. It was hard to imagine what kind of earthquake one would feel if they were to be on the giant star themselves. The warriors of order were immersed in the origin of light. Their bodies had become cast in light. The golden patterns that were tainted with a dark aura climbed up their bodies little by little. This was the first time they had personally felt the aura that originated from the grand primordial realm. They were only immersed in this state for a short while before they waved their hands and took out energy towers one after another. They casually placed them on the ground without any pattern. The energy towers that were obviously unusual in structure had already released an aura that made everyone feel uneasy. What made both sides even more shocked was that the bodies of the Order warriors suddenly ignited in flames. Their bodies rapidly condensed into a huge energy crystal in the origin of light, and was placed on the top of the energy tower to act as the energy core. Along with the pulsation of the origin of light and the golden star, the energy radiance that could penetrate the void was released. What the hell is Maple doing? He was dumbfounded. At this moment, he really did not know what Maple was going to do. No, I have to go and see. That guy even sent a soul message. The realm of order suddenly trembled, causing Hui to lose his balance and miss the opportunity to rush out. Everyone was also shocked. They thought that they were attacked and subconsciously controlled the nodes to put up a defense. But when they steadied themselves, they saw that they were not attacked. It was Jing Yuanji who controlled the realm of order and took them away at full speed. The golden star and the light that penetrated the void shrank rapidly in their sight. Even the figure gradually disappeared as it was covered by the light. "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly?" Hui quickly shouted at Jing Yuanji as soon as he steadied himself. The latter's bewildered expression stunned him again. It was not that she did not know what was happening now. She knew. She just did not know how to face what was about to happen. You know what Maple is going to do, right? Jing Yuanji lowered her head. She gripped the pendant in her hand so tightly that her palm hurt. Under Hui Darren's intense gaze, she gritted her teeth and replied, "Lord Feng repeatedly instructed me not to tell you." The pendant suddenly lit up with golden light. A sacred figure with a wingspan of 3 or 4 meters slowly descended with faint whispers. Under their stunned gazes, she slowly walked to the edge of the realm of order. Her jade-like hand gently touched the barrier and looked into the void. There was no way to see the figure with eyes. The golden Mei Mao looked at her with a feeling of farewell. She slowly closed her eyes. The gentle whispers hovering around her also became a soft chant accompanied by the wind. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang came to the side of the little angel and gently knelt down. They put their palms together. They all knew that this day would come, but there was no way to stop it, and they could not stop it. He even threw out the spiritual world. What does this mean? Can you stop talking in riddles? What the hell is he doing? Hui was so anxious that he almost became irritable. He could not help but jump on the spot. But suddenly he stopped. A feeling that came from the heart stunned everyone who had been confused from the beginning. Maple? Hui suddenly stopped and turned his head in a daze. It was so far away that there was only a ray of golden light left. He felt a gaze coming from there. When he looked back, everyone could feel that there was a will that transcended control looking at them. He could feel that it was Maple looking at them. The realm of order will be handed over to you. Hui was completely stunned. He understood. That resolute expression that repeatedly appeared. He understood why that fellow would show such an expression. What was about to happen at this moment was the best explanation. Thump. Even though they were far away, the pulsation of the star and the primordial light still made everyone's heart beat with them. The violent pulsation made everyone feel a strong sense of discomfort. Under the flickering of the endless pulse of order and the primordial light, a faint layer of barrier that looked like thin golden clouds suddenly appeared in the area they had left. In just a flash, the layer of barrier was suddenly sealed by the light. The void has been separated conceptually. Jing Yun suddenly jumped in front of the barrier and widened his eyes. from the words just now. He knew that the little brother must be doing something to destroy the void. But it was not until now that he could roughly guess. He has separated the void. He has been using that power to guide this void region from the beginning. Seal. He wants to guide the void turbulence. Just like what the primordial heavenly God did. He wants to completely crush the entire void region into its original state, and not even a powder will be left. That high-level primordial, he was still in a daze. After knowing what Maple wanted to do, he was a little stunned. However, they wouldn't continue to be immersed in the meaningless why. He had chosen to do this, and he had his reasons. He said that he wanted to hand over the void of order to them. Then, before he returned safely, they had to guard this world of order to their deaths. Now was not the time to be negative. Guide the void turbulence. Can he do it to this extent? We walked to the edge and stared at the layer of golden barrier that was gradually becoming chaotic. From his senses, he could no longer sense the void in front of him. They could not sense it. Based on the judgment of the naked eye, they could only see it with the support of divinity and divine right. But even if they turned back now, they would not be able to touch that layer of barrier. When they left, the void on the other side had become an independent domain in the void. In the past, the little brother could not do it, even with the primordial energy and the primordial law. But now, the little brother has the primordial light. Even if he can't perform a large-scale void turbulence in the entire void region, he can still make a region of the void region. Jingyun's eyes flashed. After a moment, she suddenly froze. I understand what the little brother wants to do. He waved his hand fiercely, and the realm of order suddenly froze in place. All energy towers enter the state of overload. Follow my command and pour all your energy into that void. The little brother has been using the primordial light and that star to guide the upheaval of the void, condensing and compressing the laws and order into that void. That is not the real void turbulence. It is just an imitation. Compared to guiding the void spontaneously to return to zero, what he is doing is more like disintegrating and destroying everything in the void on a higher level. Even if it is not the real void turbulence, it is not that far off. But that void has been completely dismantled in terms of concept and laws. We quickly prepared the energy towers. As he prepared, he said, even if we pour more energy, we can't. No, we don't need to touch it. Jing Yunyan shook her head. Hui was stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted. Feng only needs to feel the energy because he is guiding it. He wanted to sacrifice his body and drag that high-level premier to be buried in that void. Hui slapped his palm on the realm of order, causing the energy flowing in the entire realm of order to expand by hundreds of times, crazily seizing the energy of the void. Pour the power of order over. Feng, he needs the help of this power. Billions of energy torrents passed by. When they came into contact with the golden barrier, they disappeared in an instant, as if there was a huge devourer that could swallow everything in the void. The young man kept looking at Yun Nuoxing and the golden star, a big guy that could continue to make the energy flow crazily under his pressure did indeed make him a little interested. That was probably the result of the influence of the primordial light, but he frowned. Although he had been staring at the guy standing in the light, he had no idea what that guy was planning to do. He just vaguely felt a little uneasy in his heart. It's about time for you to think. The young man flicked his sleeves lightly. Your companions have all left, leaving you here alone. Why, do you still want to continue to resist? Resist? No. Yun Nuoxing's closed eyes slowly opened. Her golden and gray eyes flashed with a deep madness and determination that was deeply imprinted in the void. I don't need to resist. What I want to do has never changed. A touch of ferociousness and madness suddenly surged on her beautiful face. The mark of origin that was branded on her body crazily grew in the primordial light, covering her entire body and finally taking root in the light. Yun Nuoshing suddenly opened her right hand, squeezed her palm into a claw, and dug into her heart with one hand. She took out a star system that was the size of a head and placed in a glass ball from her heart. She raised it high above her head, and an indescribable wave of energy instantly spread throughout the entire void that had been severed. "It's just to kill you filthy maggots." The sudden surge of energy caused the young man's expression to change dramatically. He looked around, and his eyes suddenly froze. The uneasiness in his heart made his expression a little vigilant. "It's meaningless to sever the void. This will also be your cage. What do you want to do? Release all energy, all divine right, divinity, divine soul, order. Condense everything in this place into one point." Yun Nuoshing let out a soft groan. The two kinds of light of order that surged and collided in her eyes made her look exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. A pair of colorful cloud wings condensed behind her back. The thousands of energy towers that were under her control burst out colorful energy beams that were no weaker than the golden light in the primordial light. They all gathered above her and merged into the primordial light, merging into the glass ball. "It can completely crush your divine soul, my divine soul, and all the imprints that have been branded in this world into ashes." The young man's expression finally became a little unsightly for the first time. He could already feel all the auras that were emitted from this sealed void that made one's heart flutter. The place that the star shone included this completely sealed void. An indescribable will, a will that was of a higher level than his, had descended into this void. Hostility came from countless directions. The crazy will to kill was pointing all the spearheads at him, and the countless manifestations behind him wanting to tear them into pieces. The void began to flicker, just like when one's head was congested to the point of seeing stars. Cross-shaped golden stars appeared all around this sealed void. This was a strange phenomenon that appeared when the overly powerful destructive energy had condensed in a narrow place and exceeded the limit that space could withstand. It was the precursor of collapse. The accumulated energy in this void, all the energy, including the boiling sea of time and the primordial realms barrier that was beginning to squeeze itself into energy, were squeezing out all the energy and pointing all the spearheads in the direction where he stood. Not long after, when all the energy in this void exploded, it would all pour onto him without any waste, including the beam of light that was violent enough to shatter the primordial realm. "You're really a lunatic." The young man's expression suddenly became a little ferocious. "You're an idiot who doesn't know what's good for you. I've already given you 2 chances, but you're still so stubborn. Then you can go to hell." Boom! The destructive energy that violently struck the initial light caused Yun Nuoshing to slightly shift her gaze. She saw the young man's figure suddenly appear outside the initial light. His entire body was brimming with a boiling high-level yuanshi aura. A wisp of extremely violent and enormous destructive energy was slowly dissipating, indicating that he had just launched a powerful attack. The destructive energy that stood on all levels of the void could not even scratch the outermost light wall of the initial light. It only made a slightly noisier sound. However, compared to all the sounds that filled the void at this moment, it was insignificant. How could it be? The young man's attack did not do anything. He was stunned with his eyes wide open. The next moment, he pulled out a silver machete and turned around to stab the light wall with the blade. The energy in his body was boiling just like the void at this moment. It belonged to the energy that the high-level yuanshi could not analyze. The incomprehensible divinity and the power of rules were wantonly leaking in front of him. Looking at his ferocious and crazy expression, Yun Nuoshing could not help but take a few more glances. Suddenly, she wanted to laugh out loud. That faint and pretentious smile looked really irritating. This is more appropriate. There are countless surging energies of the Yuanshe realm here. If it were any other time, I would be very interested in studying it. The energy of the Yuanshe realm is different from that of Hui, its divinity and rules. Unfortunately, this is not the right time. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What do you have? What do you have? What do you have to have this power? You're just an ant. You're just an ant. You're just a lowly ant born in the post-era. The young man madly used countless means to try to shake the light wall. The army of manifestations behind him also rushed up like crazy, trying to shake the light beam that illuminated the void. Primal chaos, light of origin, the meaning contained within this ray of light, everything it represents, everything that has fused into my body right now. It is a concept and law that none of you can understand. How could you possibly break the meaning it represents? Yun Nuoshing laughed savagely. His distorted face was completely covered by the runes and light of the two kinds of order. Even his body was about to melt into this light beam. The glass ball in his hand exploded and turned into a vast galaxy. It slowly descended from above the void with him as the center. It was the same size as the gigantic golden star. The moment the two energies came into contact with each other, the void was ignited in an instant. His body also began to melt because of this. First, it was his arms and legs. Then it was his body, soul, spirit, and everything else. Before his body completely melted, he stared at the young man who was still crazily beating the light of primordial chaos and the army of manifestations behind him. Suddenly he sneered. Compared to Qingqi, you really don't know how to be humorous at all. This splendid fireworks should be watched attentively. After all, this is the only time. Ha ha. Qingqi. The young man's eyes suddenly focused. He stared at Yun Nuoshing, who only had 1/3 of his upper body left. His pupils suddenly shrank. It's you? No. Impossible. A lowly ant born in the post-era. How is this possible? Say whatever you want. It doesn't matter anymore. Yun Nuoshing raised his head. He felt the existence of his body melting away bit by bit. He watched as his own opinions disappeared and melted away. Fall together with me into the void, the light that had sunk into complete boiling drowned out the entire sealed void. Everything in this void collapsed. In an instant, all the energy fell towards that one single point. The endless light swallowed everything in sight. Everything that could be seen in the scene disappeared. It was just a pity that he had no way of watching this splendid fireworks. Vast and mighty energy flashes suddenly bloomed in the distant void. The incomparably splendid energy flashes indicated that there was an indescribable super energy star blooming in the distant void. When the light was at its brightest, a wave of vibrating energy that carried countless energy impacts and countless information suddenly swept across the void, like a huge energy halo. Everything that it swept across and touched was brought into the range of its influence. At the same time, in the realm of order that had stopped pouring out energy, we stared fixedly at the blooming of the new energy star. His eyes were reflected into a golden color by the light that crossed the void. He clenched his teeth tightly to prevent his rigid face from changing. However, he could not stop the drop of tears that was engraved with monstrous hatred from sliding down. Only this once, that ray of starlight that remained in his heart suddenly extinguished. Everyone at the front line of the void could feel that a large part of their souls seemed to be empty. The feeling of emptiness caused everyone to become sluggish. It was as if they had seen with their own eyes that star of enlightenment fall from the void. Chapter 16, 93. Coordinate void, completely silent. Reaction between order and chaos, 0. Residual energy waves will completely dissipate in 10 minutes. Void and nothingness have been damaged. It will not be able to repair itself for a very long time in the future. The army of manifestations has disappeared. The high-level primeval aura of the underworld has been annihilated. Residual soul energy in target void, 0. Void. No, this place has entered another state. A blank state that we can't analyze or understand. It's probably the primordial that Lord Observer mentioned before. It's the true appearance of the great primordial realm. Even nothingness has been crushed and destroyed as a concept. Residual energy is rapidly dissipating here. Only origin energy remains. Unable to resonate with origin energy. Continue searching. Soul transmission, no aura at all, no trace of Lord Observer. Even his energy imprint. Expanding search area. Heading to the deeper void. Reporting. The army of manifestations in the deeper void is slowly approaching. It's estimated that they will come into contact with us in 2 hours. The manifestations in other nodes have not moved. This is the realm of the gods. Observing the conceptual layer of order, slight disturbance. Reporting to Lord Hui. Lord Maple's imprint has dimmed. Soul transmission continuing to call out to the entire void awaiting response. This is the Temple of Souls at Node 0. The soul imprints of the warriors who fought with Lord Maple are undamaged. They are waiting to be resurrected. Also, Lord Maple's soul imprint has disappeared. Please explain. Continue searching. Even if it's just a ripple of law, find it for me. That bastard definitely won't so easily. The little angel looked back at Hui and the others who were running around in the void like headless flies, digging 3 feet into the ground to look for them. After a while, she slowly withdrew her gaze, and the golden light in her eyes dimmed slightly. After standing still for a long time, she lifted her feet and walked further into the void. The divine energy on her body rippled into the void. Gradually, even the wisp of golden divine energy carried a faint dark and scarlet mark. Sister. Yuan Kong sensed that something was wrong with her aura and hurriedly ran over from the void. Before landing in front of the little angel, he quickly used his sleeve to wipe the corner of his eyes. Only then did he hurriedly say, "Don't go any further. Our aura will be, I know, but it's not responding." The little angel unfolded the pendant in her hand. It was dull cold and silent. Then she slowly took a deep breath. Her expression was a little sluggish. "Let's move forward. Look again." But before Yuan Kong finished speaking, a beautiful figure with a frosty aura quietly appeared beside him. Shuang Luo looked at the former and reached out to pat her head. She said softly, "I'll accompany Ming to find Xing." "No problem. You go over there and take a look." As soon as Frost's voice fell, she floated to the side of the little angel and reached out to hold her arm. She released the breath of the original life, covering the breath of the abyss death mist that was slightly leaking from her body. Seeing this, Yuan Kong was stunned. Sigh. Yuan Kong sighed deeply. As she turned around, she muttered, big idiot. You're really a big idiot. The whole world is looking for you. Now you're happy," as she muttered. Her eyes suddenly turned to look at the light blue figure on the other side, Jing Yuanji. She was also constantly searching in various places in the void. Her expression still looked a little depressed, but it was much better than when she first saw the golden light shining in the void. At least, she came back to her senses. Impossible. That guy is so smart. This kind of brainless rush up and set off fireworks without leaving anything behind is definitely not his style. Hui Jun's face was filled with malevolence and sorrow. His right hand that was surging with golden light smashed into the void. He knew that Maple had his reasons for doing this, whether it was to eliminate this guy who suddenly appeared and was a major threat to the Order of the Void, or to eliminate the other party's aura, or to intimidate him. It was not a problem, but he would never die without a word. There must be something left behind. It must be in this void. There must be a way to find it. After witnessing the vast scale of the void with her own eyes, and seeing Hui Jun fall into such a crazy state, Jin-Yun could not help but sigh. Little brother, there was only an hour left. The army of manifestations, this army of manifestations that was missing a corner, had all disappeared from the abyss death mist in the surrounding 20 nodes. At this moment, they were marching again, slowly approaching this place. The limit of 1 for 1. Was it worth it to take the life of the high-level heavenly god of the underworld? Perhaps it was worth it. At least from a procedural point of view, it was indeed worth it. They also had other ways to deal with the high-level heavenly god, but the price they had to pay was extremely heavy. It might even cut off a considerable part of the growth of the Order world. Their days in the future would only be more difficult, and the effect achieved might not be as good as what little brother had done. Yes, that was the case from a procedural point of view. But from a logical point of view, Jin-Yun sighed and looked at the others. All the warriors of Order at Node 0 were now looking gloomily in the void, not saying a word. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and even the activity in the void had weakened. They were suppressing the anger in their hearts, an extremely huge amount of anger. Once it was released, it was estimated that no, not just Node 0. At this moment, the Order void was completely silent. After this calamity, the Order world had undergone a huge change. Whether it was good or bad, this point might be clearer to the people of the divine realm. There was a gap in their hearts, and it was empty. You've passed away just like that. No, the next life, there's still the next life to speak of. But how should we deal with it now, little brother? Jin-Yun sighed deeply. One of the stars and the light that guarded the Order world had fallen just like that. There would be a day when it would return, but no one knew how long it would take. Deal with it? Yes, we can still deal with it. Hui, who had a ferocious look on his face, suddenly paused. His eyes flashed wildly, and the divine power that spread out from his body suddenly dissipated and retracted into his body. After a moment of closing his eyes, a pure white strange energy suddenly burst out from his body and rushed into the void. There's still a way, the connection of the two priesthoods, the karma of the two priesthoods. We can use this to trace, even if it's just countless meaningless fragments that are about to be washed away by the void. Please, phone, hear my voice. The invisible, pure, white energy swept across the void, and everyone seemed to feel something. They quickly activated the senses of their souls to the maximum and went deep into every corner of the void to capture the countless fragments of information that were about to be completely disintegrated by this place. The heavy void seemed to contain something in it. They seemed to be able to touch it, and they seemed to be able to feel it. However, there was always a slight gap, and there was a feeling of something missing. They tried their best to reach out, but they still could not reach it. Buzz, the pure, white strange wave completely swept across the void that had been reduced to 0. The body of the little angel who had walked to the edge suddenly trembled, and the pendant in her hand instantly released a faint purple light that was as weak as a firefly. Weak, so weak that it was difficult to see even in the dark night. This aura. Hui was also suddenly stunned. The energy wave that was released through the two priesthoods suddenly changed direction uncontrollably, and the energy that had already spread out suddenly changed direction, gathered from all directions of the source void, and poured into the pendant in the hands of the little angel. Huey's figure suddenly flashed and rushed to the front of the little angel. Jing Yuanji and the others also felt the weak but very familiar aura and gathered around. They all stared at the pendant that was glowing in the little angel's hand for a while. The energy of the two priesthoods seemed to have touched something when it swept across the void. Jing Yun hurriedly walked forward and looked at the purple-red pendant. Her eyes flickered. But did the little brother ever tell you what was in the pendant? For example, the soul of the origin? The little angel shook her head slightly. She knew what he knew, and so did she. At least, she should know about this kind of thing. However, he did not leave any memory about it, and she did not know about this kind of information. The atmosphere suddenly turned from stifling to even more silent. Everyone stared at the shimmering pendant in her hand. They wanted to touch it, but they didn't dare to reach out. They were afraid that a casual touch would completely crush the hope they had. They wanted to reach out, but they were worried. Feng Qinghuang saw that everyone was silent. She raised her eyes and looked at the little angel. The little angel also raised her head and looked at the pair of pink eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. She nodded slightly and reached out to touch the pendant. The purplish-red pendant emitted a light that was not too strong, causing everyone to turn their gazes away. They put away the uneasiness in their hearts and stared at the light. They watched as it changed in the void, slowly converging into a transparent, pure white, transparent figure. It was him. It was the person in their memories. In their memories, he had the appearance of the person with the long hair. Memory image. It is a memory image that is saved in advance. It is used to record oral instructions and information. Jing Yun reminded them, causing the people who had been pleasantly surprised for a moment to return to their gloomy state. Even so, they quickly calmed down and sorted out their emotions before looking at him. He seemed to be sitting on the stairs or on a chair. He bent over and crossed his fingers on his legs. He was rubbing his hands subconsciously. His beautiful face was calm. There was no change in his expression. After a while, he began to talk. You have started to record. I haven't thought of what to say, but I think I should leave some words in case something big happens when I am not around. The war between order and chaos. I've said it many times already. It's always the same, sending away the dead and ushering in a new life. Every time there's a big or small change, it's nothing more than who dies and who lives and who takes over whose flag. Some people will always leave without notice, and some things will happen as time goes by. Take me, for example. If anyone can see what I've just left behind, it's most likely that I've already died, the kind that's completely dead. Perhaps I've gone to deal with some dangerous situation and died, or perhaps something that I had no choice but to do appeared, and I resolutely left. I don't know if there is a better way to deal with it when it happened. I also don't know if there is a better way to deal with it. But since I did it, I can only say that it was the best choice for us at that time. Whether it is to deal with the world of order or to deal with the other side, it was the same. An uncompromising determination to fight against chaos and madness. Perhaps that's it. Come to think of it, there are only a few scenarios that would activate this passage in advance. If it were the final battle, this passage would not even have the chance to be activated. Don't think about looking for me. Reincarnation or whatever, it has not reached that stage yet. Scratching his head, he straightened his body and then stood up as if he was not used to it, swaying in circles. Death is a fact. I'm really dead, but I haven't reached the point where I can't come back. The soul fragment I left in the pendant will automatically activate and reshape after I leave. I can't say how many years it will take, maybe 10 million years, maybe a few 100 million years, maybe even longer. By then, I should have made preparations, and the authority of the things I left behind should have been converted at the soul level. If the battle in the void front line is tense, UNG, I'll hand over the control of the second and third defense lines to you. Hui, the power of the two divine titles will be under your sole control for the time being. If there is an emergency, you should retreat if you have to. We can't beat the brainless and soulless fools on the other side. If some special person appears, TCH, I'm worried for nothing. I believe you can solve it, so why should I worry for nothing? Phew, he suddenly scratched his head and walked forward, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Madness, madness, lunacy. Why not just destroy the image? It feels a little pretentious to leave something behind and then die so generously. Forget it, let's keep it. He raised his head and looked in front of him. In the eyes of the others, this image would only be facing him. So to them, it seemed like he was looking at them. Then he laughed softly. When I'm not around, I'll leave the void frontline to you. May I be able to meet all of you in the void before this world comes to an end. Goodbye. The purple-red radiance dissipated. The figure also quietly dimmed in the void and disappeared. The pendant returned to its former appearance, filled with weak energy and glowing faintly. Those words still lingered in their ears, making everyone feel a little depressed and gloomy. In the end, it's still a guy who talks to himself and does whatever he wants. Hui covered his face and let out a long sigh, rubbing his face with all his might. Bastard! The complete collapse of an energy life form, leaving only a remnant soul to repair it, may take a very, very long time. Jing Yun looked at the pendant that fell into the hands of the little angel as the radiance receded, and let out another long sigh. It's just a brief parting in time. Coincidentally, in the rapid flow of time in the void frontline, that period of time may not be too long for us to accept. Perhaps we will see that guy again soon, and then we can continue to watch the little brother dashing around in the void, seeking death. Everyone who had been holding their breaths did not know whether to laugh or cry at those words. The abyssal death mist spawn is approaching. It will arrive here in less than half an hour. The timely reminder swept away the gloomy expression on everyone's faces. They looked at each other and took a deep breath. Then they formed their own realm of order and looked at Hui, suppressing their anger, whether to fight or to go back and regroup. Now that Lord Feng was not here, everything depended on Lord Huey's decision. Although I'm holding my breath now, I really want to vent it on those bastards. Hui put down the hand that was rubbing his face, gritting his teeth, and letting out a long sigh. But we still have to be responsible for the realm of order. That bastard said that he's leaving the void frontline to us. It's not easy to kill a high-tier premier. We can't just let him get back at us. Retreat to the front of the void blockade. Regroup with the void frontline and defend. There will be a time to vent, but we have to pick the right time. Blind hatred and blind anger will only lead to a worse outcome. Hui waved his hand and opened a void portal to Zero City. After everyone had entered, he turned to look at the direction of the abyssal death mist. The hatred that flashed in his eyes had never diminished. In the past, perhaps it was because of the simple reason of being in the realm of order that he defended and attacked. But now there was something more gray in his obsession, something called hatred. That flame would one day burn them to ashes. If it did not succeed, it would not hurt to burn himself to ashes. Search for the one and only tiny miracle in the billions of galaxies. Jing Yun's voice came from behind, causing Hui to turn to look at him. He watched as Jing Yun walked to his side and stared at the abyssal death mist spawn that was still in an invisible state in the distance. Hui let out a long sigh. It seems that I can more or less understand what he did. Perhaps his struggle this time is also the result of this idea. Perhaps. Maple always has his own goals and ideas. Just as he said, we may have a better way to kill that high-tier premier, but it might not be better. Things like time, things will change as time goes by. Even if we still kill him in the end, countless years have passed. No one can predict the deviation caused by letting him move. We put his hands in his pockets and said flatly, "So, it's best to kill him," when he just came out and can't do anything to eliminate the deviation caused by time. Jingyan murmured and could not help but laugh out loud. He was in a strange mood. That's really in line with Maple's idea. He does not compromise with the enemy and is determined to declare war on everything. Even if it was me in the past, I probably would not have thought so much. Sigh. Maple's idea can't be imitated. Hui shook his head and waved his hand to leave a few marks in the void with his divine energy. He turned and walked to the portal. Let's go. We have to go back and make some arrangements. Even if we lose a high-tier premier, they do not intend to give up the war. Our war is far from over. Okay. Jingyan nodded and followed him to the portal. The little angel looked at the abyssal death mist and lowered his head. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang sprinkled some petals and let them dissipate in the void. They just looked and left an impression he would come back. They knew clearly that even so, it would not change the fact that he had already left the world. They would feel bad if they did not do something. Siyu sniffed and sprinkled some petals. She raised her hand and rubbed the corner of her eyes. It was fine if she did not do that, but after rubbing the corner of her eyes, she could not hold it in anymore. Tears gushed out of her eyes like a broken dam. Oh, that's strange. It was not. Feng Qinghuang kept the flower basket and walked forward to hug Siyu tightly. She raised her head and gritted her teeth to prevent herself from making a sound. She did not say anything. Even if she did, she would not be able to say anything. It would only make something tight break. Frost saw that one of them was sobbing, and the other was tense. She walked forward and patted their heads gently. Qinghuang. Oh, I still have something to say to him. Siyu pressed her face on Feng Qinghuang's shoulder and sobbed. Feng Qinghuang let out a long breath and patted her shoulder. She replied in a low voice, "Next time, there will be a chance." Yuan Kong was standing beside her elder sister. Hearing the conversation, she couldn't help but lower her head and murmured, "What an idiot!" The little angel glanced at her and stared at the pendant in her hand. After a moment, she put it around her neck and reached out to press Yuan Kong's head. She turned around and said to Siyu and the others, "Let's go. We still have things to do. A little remembrance, and a little will do." Time continues to move forward. No matter how unwilling we are, we can only move forward. Besides, it's not like we will never meet again. Feng Qinghuang turned around and looked at little Angel, whose golden eyes were still empty but had recovered. She suddenly thought of something. Perhaps she was the saddest one among all of them. She did not show it. No, it was not that she did not show it. She was suppressing it just like the others. As Lord Hui said, they still had things to deal with in the void. So she could not show it. Somehow, she felt that little Angel had a slight change in her aura. It seemed that she was turning into a little star. It reminded her of the sentence he left in her mind, "Who has taken over whose flag?" They had to continue to guard the front line of the void when he was not there. Even if there was no observer, there had to be another observer to stand up. "Girls, come back. It is not safe there. Feng is not here. I have to keep an eye on you. I will return you safely to him in the future." Huey's voice came from the other side of the portal. He knew that they wanted to reminisce alone for a while. So he had been waiting for them. However, there was not much time left. Feng Qinghuang sprinkled the white petals in the basket. She held Siyu's shoulder and walked towards the portal. When they were about to enter the portal, they turned around and looked at the other side of the void. The crazy scarlet and dark aura swept over from the end of their sight again. The tide rose and fell until the day the sea dried up and the land turned into dust. The world would never stop. Chapter 1694. In the pitch-black soul space, there was a huge amount of strange energy that was enough to cause a blockage in the soul space. The surging energy created a storm, wantonly stirring up this space. However, when a wave of soul energy surged in, it suddenly fell silent. The countless energy quieted down, creating a spacious space. It's confirmed that the great guardian's soul has been destroyed. All traces of his will in this world have completely disappeared. All energy and information have returned to normal. The great guardian, didn't he go to the battle to suppress the order world? Why did he suddenly disappear? And all traces of his will disappear together with him. What in the void can cause such an effect? Yes, Origin and the others can. However, in this world, they should have completely disappeared. Furthermore, none of them can revive. Otherwise, why would our tools be so quiet, including the Great Guardian? We have already lost 3 Great Guardians. The power left from the Void Calamity is 1 less. There's no way for them to revive. Otherwise, we wouldn't have used such a low-level method to create low-level Yuansher. The Great Guardian is a high-level Yuansher. There shouldn't be any accident in the void that could cause him. Could it be the Order world? There are life forms of this level there as well? Impossible. There are no other dimensions in the void that are immune. There shouldn't be any life forms of this level alive. But you're right. There shouldn't be such an accident in the void. However, what kind of power in the Order world could cause the Great Guardian to... The soul space fell silent. Although no one said anything, their thoughts all pointed to the same place. Even if they didn't say anything, they would know. The realm of the gods. It can only be there. That is the most place left behind by Origin and the others. If there's a place where accidents can happen, it can only be them. The power of the realm of the gods. That's right. If it's the power left behind by Origin, it can definitely do this. The clear answer caused the soul space to fall silent even more. After a long time, whispers could be heard. The realm of the gods. Origin. It's them again. It's them again. There's no way to go around the entire Order world. We don't have the key to enter. We have to deal with that thing as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if we fight our way to the God realm, we'll be helpless. Without it, we won't even be able to touch the God realm. Continue advancing towards the world of order at this speed. The world of order will naturally retreat as soon as they feel the pressure. Everything else can be put aside for now. Right now, with the shelter of Origins being reactivated, there are many things that cannot be done. We can only silently wait for that step to be completed. Before that, be careful. Disperse. The spiritual space flickered a few times, and the spiritual strength that had surged into this place immediately scattered. Only a strand of spiritual strength remained in this place. It was silent. After waiting for some time, another spiritual strength surged. How is it? I've already reminded you that even if the Origin is gone forever, there are still traces of their existence in the world of order. Furthermore, the composition of their existence is much higher than the traces that you have come into contact with. This isn't a place that can be easily solved with just 1 or 2 of you. Suddenly, another voice rang out. It didn't appear in the soul space. It had only appeared after everyone had left. That indifferent laughter caused the other soul power to surge. I know. It's just that. I thought that it was enough. I didn't expect. It's just a high-level primeval. It's nothing to them. This time, there isn't even a trace of order energy in the world of order. You probably know how powerless the so-called high-level primeval is. Ha. Don't think about those daydreaming things. Things still have to be done step by step. Some things that deviate from the step-by-step process may cause you to burn yourself in the end. You might even cause yourself to collapse in advance. The spiritual space surged violently, causing the two strands of spiritual strength to tremble. The indifferent voice that had just appeared smacked his lips. Tisk, it's only been a short while since the appearance was seen. Forget it. I'll leave the matters here to you guys. The spiritual space returned to normal as the strand of spiritual strength left. The remaining strand of spiritual strength stayed in this space for a long time, remaining silent. Realm of the gods, he left behind a soft sigh and disappeared from this space. The spiritual space that had returned to chaos once again became violent as the strand of spiritual strength dissipated. It was covered by a massive amount of energy and disappeared into the void. Consciousness was a mass of chaotic cloud and mist. The size of the cloud and mist was determined by the limits of the body's existence, which was the factors that constituted self-knowledge. But generally speaking, the cloud and mist of consciousness would not be more than 2 times the size of the cloud and mist of consciousness. If one stared at the cloud of consciousness, one could see the slow energy that was formed by the laws of order. It was like lightning that was slowly moving around in the clouds, but its speed was tens of thousands of times slower. If it was a spark of thought, well, it wasn't formed yet. It was just a mass of consciousness. Look, it seems to be very energetic. It's bigger than the last time I saw it. It seems to be fixed at this size. The laws of order are also stable. Yuan Kong stared at Siyu and Feng Qing Huang, who were holding the pendant. She said in a daze, "How did you find out that he is very energetic from a mass of spiritual strength?" The 2 girls tilted their heads. Their pale faces showed that they were thinking. After a while, they said in unison, "Intuition." Yuan Kong covered her face and turned her head away. She shouldn't have taken it so seriously. In the void, at the void front line, within sight, countless gigantic manifestations were roaring and roaring as they launched an endless assault on the order domain. It seemed that such a conversation was not very serious in the middle of such an intense battle. However, they were actually sent back. Just now, the abyssal death mist manifestation had led hundreds of primeval manifestations to launch an intense assault. The Origin Energy Tower was pouring out energy like crazy, but it could not stop the abyssal death mist manifestation from slapping the order domain. They had already used up all their energy and were forcefully sent back to the order domain. At the moment, they were huddled under an energy tower to rest. At the same time, they also took the time to check on someone who had not woken up. Yuan Kong felt that she should take note of the time and the situation at the void frontline. This was the 100th day since the manifestation army launched their assault. It was also the 100th day since the big idiot left. The battle at the void frontline began on that day. It did not change because of anyone's departure or arrival. The battles that should be carried out and the battles that should be carried out were never delayed. The order frontline that had lost one morning star did not collapse because of this. When the big idiot was around, the situation at the void frontline was indeed much better. Everyone could squeeze out a little time to rest and defend for a longer period of time and fight for a longer period of time. Now that the big idiot was not around, they could also carry out the battle as usual. They could use the limited time to change people and attack in echelon formations, extreme sports. That's right. This was normal. This was the normal situation at the void frontline. The only one who was abnormal was the big idiot himself. His abnormal behavior had caused the entire void frontline to become abnormal as well. Bang! The colossal chaos impact violently crashed into the order domain. The huge barrier instantly surged with circles of energy ripples. The primeval manifestation that had just unleashed such a massive attack in the void was cut in half by a rapidly spinning shield the size of a city gate. The explosive energy caused a violent energy shockwave within the manifestation army, blowing away the manifestations behind them like dominoes. The ripples of holy energy spread out in circles, purifying many low-level manifestations into nothingness on the spot. Recently, the number of attacks on the order domain has been increasing. Yuan Kong frowned and murmured softly, "All right, the impact of the big idiot's absence is still very great. Originally, the abyssal death mist manifestations had used the most torturous tactic of piling up into a sea. They would endlessly send manifestations from the depths of the void to the front line, while the manifestations that were already at the front line would also plunder the energy of the void to increase their numbers. Moreover, the more the manifestations there were, the faster they could increase their numbers. If the big idiot was still around, he could clear out the abyssal death mist manifestations every once in a while. That would be equivalent to doing nothing. In his absence, the manifestations that were constantly sending in new reinforcements were much faster than the abyssal death mist manifestations could eliminate the abyssal death mist manifestations. Once the abyssal death mist manifestations broke through the defensive line, the accumulated pressure would become a substantial attack on the order domain. This was a very real problem. Feng Qinghuang supported herself on the energy tower and stood up. She looked at the battle in the distance and frowned. "I've heard from Master Hui that the pressure on the void front line has almost reached a threshold. Based on everyone's strength, even if we eliminate the manifestations one by one, we still can't keep up. The pressure is accumulating more and more. Perhaps the void front line will retreat in the near future." Yuan Kong let out a long sigh. If the void front line and the blockade were to retreat at the same time, it would be equivalent to giving both sides a buffer time. The world of order would undergo an emergency recuperation. Those who needed to be resurrected would be resurrected during this period of time to regroup and prepare their weapons for war. After that, they would wait for the abyssal death mist manifestations to arrive from the rear. When they come into contact with each other again, both sides would gather their strength and unleash it on each other's face. The scale of the battle after each emergency recuperation would be unprecedentedly large and could last for quite a long time. In other words, it was simply a matter of time. However, it could not be helped. If they did not do so and continue to hold the front line, the void front line would be finished when the pressure exceeded the threshold. Before they reached the end of the road, they could only choose to retreat at the right time and recover their strength. Although the other side would also be using the time to recover, they had no choice but to continue fighting. It was equivalent to delaying the arrival of destruction. Delaying as long as they could. They could not just give up. Speaking of which, Feng Qinghuang turned to look at Node 0. The realm of order and order energy there were in a state of restraint. They had been holding back their energy as if they were planning to do something. Looking at the current situation in the void, Feng Qinghuang felt that it was about time. Notify the entire void front line. Do your best to shake off the enemy and retract the defensive line. A spiritual voice instantly spread across the entire void front line. It was Huey's voice. Yuan Kong stared blankly for a moment and sighed. Just as he thought about it, there was an order. Still, it was true that the void front line was now under pressure that was tens of thousands of times higher than the same period a few 100 million years ago. There were two reasons that kept everyone going. One was the support from the origin energy, such as the origin energy tower, which was certainly much more powerful than the original energy tower. And there was also the origin node. As for the second, It was a certain big idiot who stirred it up. Even after 100 days, the anger in everyone's heart had not lessened by much. After the order was sent out, there was an immediate change in the battlefield. Those who were already injured turned around and left, leaving their backs to their teammates. They were the first to return to the realm of order, to retract the realm of order, and prepare to escape. Those who were still fighting fiercely at the rear tried their best to shake off the enemy's entanglement and kill their way out of the encirclement. As they retreated, they continued to attack the manifestations that were charging at them. As they retreated, they continued to leave behind layers of order energy barriers. Yuan Kong lowered his head and looked at his unstable body. He let out a long sigh and turned around. Let's get ready to leave. Let's clean up the realm of order first. Don't give them any trouble. Where is Big Sister? Siyu had just stood up when she heard Yuan Kong's words. She searched for a while in the void and pointed. Over there. She is with Big Sister Jing. There should be no problem. Let's go first. Feng Qinghuang nodded. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly paused. Wait a minute. I want to leave something behind. Huh. Yuan Kong was stunned. He saw Feng Qinghuang fumbling around in the pendant for a while. Then she got together with Siyu and whispered something. The two of them threw the energy into an energy crystal and threw it into the depths of the void. After doing this, Feng Qinghuang stood up and nodded. It's done. Yuan Kong looked at her blankly. In such a short time, she had thrown something here. He could not understand it for a long time. He scratched his head and turned around to leave first. Feng Qinghuang and Siyu followed closely behind. They left first and went to City Zero to help retract the realm of order. Bang! Hui broke the Guardian's shield into 4 pieces and threw it into the army of manifestations. A huge amount of primeval energy mixed with the power of order formed a monstrous storm that dragged all the abyssal death mist manifestations in the void into the storm and annihilated them. After that, Hui quickly retreated and took out his sacred sword to destroy the manifestations behind him one by one. He left behind layers of order and order barriers to support the realm of order until there was enough time for him to retreat. Jing Yun's figure suddenly appeared from the void. She was so fast that Hui was shocked. He almost stabbed his sword into his face. Jing Yun's face was pale. She let out a long sigh of relief and quickly waved her hand. Phew, what a troublesome fellow. There's an unusual primeval manifestation over there. After fighting for half a day, we could only injure it, but not kill it. It'll be bad if it comes back later. Unusual? Hui was stunned. Although all the manifestations they had encountered since then were unusual, and they were already used to it, he still asked, "Why do you say it's unusual?" "It has a partial will and intelligence. It should be." Jingyan pondered. "The others have already gone back to help retract the realm of order. I'm here to buy some time. Don't tell me the will of the abyss has successfully pressed into the manifestation." Huey's face darkened. "There are already enough fake, primeval manifestations. How can we fight if there are more? It's possible to defeat it. This time, I'll think of a way to deal with the origin shrine. Little brother left behind some things that might be useful." Hui was stunned and stared at him in confusion. "Feng, yes, it should have been left behind a long time ago. I don't know when it happened. Anyway, when I found it, those things were in the origin shrine." Jingyan scratched her head. Maybe some kind of shield was left behind. It can only be discovered at a critical moment. Something like that. It's used to strengthen the origin energy tower, origin shrine, and some energy runes in the realm of order. There are also general-purpose magic circles. A huge shadow the size of a star suddenly shrouded the two of them. Hui and Jing Yun quickly turned their heads and subconsciously raised their hands to throw a huge energy torrent towards the other party's face. Before they could see clearly what it was pressed into the void. The fragments that exploded from the energy explosion were swept up by the energy storm and dragged back. Master Hui, we're just waiting for you. Come back quickly. At this moment, the realm of order had already been flooded by endless energy and turned into a sea of light. Huge energy waves of all kinds were vast and mighty like water waves, stirring up circles of ripples in the void. When the army of manifestations saw what they were doing, they charged forward without a care in the world. Streaks of chaotic energy that spanned across the void landed heavily on the guardian barrier. However, they were unable to break through the barrier in a short period of time. The large group of manifestations were like ants as they lay on the barrier that flickered with energy and lightning. They were pierced through by the lightning that contained destructive energy. We can't stay for long. Let's retreat first. Hui and Jingyun looked at each other and nodded. Leaving behind layers of order barriers, they quickly rushed towards the realm of order. As the two of them rushed into the realm of order that was blooming with golden light, the entire area that was guarded by the warriors of order disappeared with a whoosh. The army of manifestations that had spent a lot of effort to break through the layers of order barriers rushed to this empty space that only had remnants of energy left. Their scarlet eyes reflected the distant line of defense that they had coveted for a long time. Under the flickering of the energy nodes, they suddenly disappeared from sight in a burst of distorted light. After looking at each other, they let out angry roars towards the void. The roars shook the void. The power of the abyssal death fog began to spread, covering every inch of this space. Buzz, an intense energy fluctuation suddenly appeared, causing many of the manifestations to be slightly startled. A fledgling curiously turned its gaze towards a spot not too far away. An abnormal distortion had appeared in an area of the void. A speck of golden light was projected from within, reflecting some of the aura of order. This caused the fledgling to feel uncomfortable. The black clouds that enveloped its entire body surged as it ordered the numerous manifestations. Blow that place up. Countless manifestations raised their hands and shot out streaks of chaotic energy in the void. All of them landed in the void that was becoming more and more distorted. The intense energy explosion tore a huge crack in the void. Then, golden light shone brightly. The rich aura of order caused them to roar loudly and retreat a distance away. The fledgling's aura surged and resisted the aura of order that no one was controlling. It waited until the light dimmed a little before it continued to look forward. Then it saw an enormous palm formed from order energy that was millions of miles long. Its four fingers were drawn together in an extremely indecent gesture, causing the billions of soldiers to be stunned. Then, just as all of them were stunned, that enormous palm suddenly exploded with a vast and mighty energy that was like the creation of the world. Destructive order energy rumbled through the entire void, causing countless people to turn pale with fright. They hurriedly retreated, not caring about regrouping. However, just as they retreated, that vast and mighty order energy had already gone completely out of control. It only took a moment for it to completely leak out. Boom! In the void that was countless distances away, Yuan Kong, Siyu, and the other two girls stood on the city wall and looked at the situation in the depths of the void. After a moment, Yuan Kong gave a thumbs up, detonation successful. It shouldn't be a problem to kill those things with the help of the big idiot's power. She was smiling when her pretty face suddenly trembled. Also, why do you have to use that gesture? It doesn't look elegant. What's there to be elegant about? It can kill the enemy and annoy them at the same time. Isn't it the best of both worlds? Siyu spread her hands and said to Yuan Kong with the tone of the big idiot. Yuan Kong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The problem is that the big idiot didn't teach you how to give the middle finger. Forget it. They must have been influenced by him. Yuan Kong waved her hand. How far have we retreated? Directly to the second line of defense that the big idiot mentioned. There's still a long way to go to the second line of defense. This is just the standard retreat. Along with the crisp sound of silver bangles, a figure in white slowly descended. Qingyu shrugged at them and said, Yuan Kong, your sister is calling for you. The guardian seems to be looking for the two of you. The last sentence was directed at Siyu and Feng Qinghuang. Both of them were stunned. Looking for us? Seems like there's something, right? Qingyu's pretty face was still expressionless. Mei Mao inadvertently saw the pendant on Feng Qinghuang's neck. She thought for a moment and said, maybe it has something to do with Lord Feng Qinghuang. Sigh. The soft sigh at the end was not heard by the three girls. It was so soft that only Yuan Kong could hear it. Feng Qinghuang nodded. Let's go and have a look then. The death abyss mist won't be able to come over in a short period of time. We don't need to be on guard. We need to seize the time to rest. Chapter 16, 95. That day has passed. It has been 100 days, according to the Divine Realm's time. The movement in the order void caused by the high-tier Primeval's information torrent is still fermenting. From the looks of it, the 10% of worlds that are completely unaware of the existence of the Void Frontline have already learned of the existence of this place. Similarly, there might also be things on the other side. Apart from this 10%, the other 30% of worlds that have been observing since the beginning of the timeline resonance have also been affected in different ways. The person wearing the Divine Realm's uniform shook his head and sighed. There is no more time for us to observe in depth. We only know that there is indeed a huge movement over there. According to previous speculations, the strength of the Void Frontline should only be 50% of the Order worlds at the moment, or even slightly less. What about the remaining 10%? The remaining 10% are those who have never intended to join the Void Frontline. Even if they know certain facts, they still shout it's all a scam, conspiracy, and so on to their own people. They have never changed. Our party has seen a world sinking into the void with their own eyes, shrinking their heads and acting as if nothing had happened. They are completely avoiding it. So disappointing. Even if we have already said that it's up to you whether you want to join or not, every time I think of those who shrink their heads and deceive themselves, and everyone else as if nothing had happened, I still feel a headache. But compared to those who are causing trouble in the Order Void, it's much better. Even if they dare not point their spear at the Void Frontline. Everyone smiled bitterly if they were to take advantage of the situation and attack the Void Frontline. Then the Order Void would probably, there would probably be no need to save it. Everyone would just pack up and return to their own empty worlds and wait for death. If that person was still around, perhaps he would turn around and destroy the billions of worlds of order. Would it have been better to use a more forceful approach at the beginning? Oh, this is already a meaningless topic. The way to deal with it at the beginning is wrong no matter what. Anyway, we can only see how we deal with it now. If only the 30% of spectators would do something. Now, we can only continue to wait for the situation to ferment by itself. Who knows how long we would have to wait? When they do something, it would be over. When Siyu and the other three came to the city wall, Hui, Jingyun, Jingyuenji, and a few other Divine Realm warriors were gathered here. In front of them were the spiritual images of the various Void Frontline nodes. There were more than 100 people. The rest who did not come were probably still busy, but they should be listening to the situation here. Every time the void blockade retreated, it would be like this. When the little angel saw the three of them, she floated in front of them and put her finger in front of her mouth to signal them to be quiet. Then she stood aside and watched. Hui waved his hand with a headache and said, "The situation in the order void. Sai, we can only talk about it. We don't have that much energy to take care of that place. Let them fend for themselves." Every time the void blockade retreats, a large portion of the order void's territory will be handed over. They won't come here in the first place, and when they retreat, the information torrent will make them retreat. If they can't, then it has nothing to do with us. Everything on the void stage requires our help to keep watch. So why don't we just help them stay alive? That seems to be a statement. The others smiled bitterly. Rounding things up, the current situation was them not living for others and replacing them with the resistance they did not do. Phew, forget it. Let's not talk about the order void for now. After the void blockade retreated, a large-scale mobilization of rules and order will be carried out. Prioritize checking the blockade, the various nodes, and the territories of order at the nodes. By the way, the origin sanctum has just been adjusted. A considerable amount of energy and rule creation should have been transmitted to every origin sanctum. They are also busy over there, sending some people to the origin sanctum to help, as well as the rules of the void. As usual, the reports and information were given in line with the current adjustments of the void. Every time the void blockade shrank and approached the higher planes, the order and rules that the void frontline could come into contact with would become stronger. Conversely, the abyssal death mist spawn, and the others would become weaker the deeper they ventured into the higher planes. Even if they could only weaken them by 15%, even if they rushed to the divine realm, it was a considerable number in terms of the battlefield that permeated the entire void. What they had to do was to stabilize that portion of order power while strengthening the world of order by every means possible. For that, what should be sacrificed, what should be given up, and what should be done must be carried out early. Strengthen the surveillance of the depths of the void. We have no idea how long it would take for them to arrive this time. Speed up the recovery, especially the preparation of energy towers. Go and prepare the rest. Hui breathed a long sigh of relief as he watched the soul projections vanish. He then turned to Jingyun. What's the situation at the front line? The newly spread order and rules in the Temple of Origins, and the newly placed world core. It's all good. The rules are developing as expected. No, it's even better than expected. At the moment, the front line is sitting on the edge of the void, second only to the divine realm and the other two realms. Many things are changing rapidly, and the changes that are happening at this very moment can be seen with a single glance if you have the time. Jingyun nodded. Instantaneous change. Isn't it a subtle influence? Hui was curious. In the past, the changes that occurred at the level of rules would affect the entire world of order in a subtle manner, and not all at once. Just like how one could not become fat in a single sitting, one could not become thin in an instant. There's no time for subtle changes at this time. We can only give them a dose of strong medicine, and that world core comes with such strong medicine. Jingyun spread her hands and sighed. But it's a very proper method. After 100 days of observation, there are no problems. What's left is for time to show its effect. Time. Hui laughed bitterly. Time. It's really a troublesome thing. Now, he was really pinching his neck and begging for time, but he could not get it no matter how hard he begged. About that, the flow of time in the front line is a little faster than the normal void. It's about 5 times the normal primordial realm time. Jingyun knew his distress and suddenly told him the news. It took a lot of effort. The separation of the concept and the sea of time caused me to lose a piece of hair. It can be done to such an extent. Barely. It's done with the characteristics of the void. In order to make it easier to take effect, there was even a large-scale mobilization of personnel. After all, it's not a situation corresponding to the origin of the void. It's just a man-made effect. It's not very effective against worlds with beings above the beginner level of the origin. Of course, the effect will revert when they come out. Hui thought for a while and slapped his forehead in realization. Oh, the characteristic of the void that begins with observation and ends with observation. If you didn't mention this, I would have thrown it to the back of my head. But even if I knew, I probably couldn't think of a way to make use of this characteristic to make changes. Jingyan spread her hands. The revelation given by little brother. He really thought of all the ways and all the factors, as long as it's a factor that can be used in the void of order. He thought of all of them and squeezed out a lot of ideas. Feng. At the mention of this name, everyone fell silent. Even if 100 days had passed, even if they had fought fiercely in the void for 100 days. Sigh. It was said that even the most difficult thing to resist could be washed away by time and forced to forget. Being enthralled in the battle between order and chaos in the void, they thought that this period of time would pass quickly. Should they say that 100 days was too short? Or, the diluted time in the void will one day return to normal and stable. If 100 years doesn't work, then 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100 billion years, 1,000,000,000,000 years. The final result is just a fact that is easier to accept against one's will. For this matter, the established fact can't be changed no matter what. Hui put his hands behind his back and let out a long sigh. Everyone in the void front line had died a few times, and the higher-ups were no exception. However, they who were at the top, well, they actually could not die casually. Firstly, they would only die when something big happened. Secondly, dying casually would easily shake the morale of the army. Except for this time. It seemed that the bastard's free and easy departure had added a long-lasting, frenzy blessing to the void front line. Now everyone could fight. Feeling that the atmosphere was so low that it made everyone sigh, Hui quickly waved his hand and smiled bitterly. He looked at Siyu and the others. How is Feng? Is he any better? Feng Qinghuang recovered from her low mood. She held the pendant and replied, "He looks very energetic." Everyone was speechless. How can you tell that he is energetic from a cloud of consciousness? Feng Qinghuang tilted her head cutely. I have a feeling in my heart. My intuition tells me that Xingxing is very energetic now. Unprecedentedly energetic. Everyone was speechless. What kind of telepathy is this? He's not here anymore, and I'm stuffed with dog food. It's good to let go of this period of time. Hui sighed to the void. He should have rested a long time ago. He couldn't rest for such a long time, partly because of me. He was also forcing himself. Sigh. You guys don't know this, but ever since I first met him, there was not a single big thing that he didn't force himself to do. From the beginning of the chaotic era, to the time when we pacified, and consolidated the situation in the realm of the gods, to the time when we cleared out the life forms, races, and worlds that threatened the realm of the gods, to the time when we fought against the underworld. Every time, although I always advised him to leave a way out for himself. Every time. Phew, that's the kind of person he is. No matter what, he would only force himself to do it. In the end, he ended up like this. The little angel smiled bitterly. Her face was tense, and she was about to collapse. Everyone sighed and turned their heads away, now that they were talking about him. The atmosphere fell to the freezing point. Dao Tian, that little girl, had been talking about him countless times when she was busy. Now, they didn't see her come over. They didn't know if she was trying her best to hide. Ahem. Back to business. Hui cleared his throat and looked at Siyu and Feng Qing Huang. It's about your arrangement. Let's not talk about it for now. Do you have any special plans of your own? Feng Qing Huang shook her head and replied without thinking, the front line of the void. Continue to fight. Siyu, on the other hand, nodded vigorously at the side, making Hui smile bitterly. That guy brought out a battle maniac. Feng Qing Huang looked at him and said, Then, did you have any special plans, Lord Hui? Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you here. But I just wanted to ask for your opinion. Hui nodded and walked to the side. He put his hands on the battlements and let out a long sigh. Originally, I wanted you to go back to the God's world. Go back there and rest for a while. Try to reach the origin realm as soon as possible. At the same time, let Maple's consciousness follow you back to the God's world and see if it can speed up the reconstruction process. Jingyan said, although we can't calculate the result no matter how hard we try, that's what we mean. We all know that you want to stay here and fight, but we still hope that you can reach the origin realm first. The two little moon in the newcomer's domain are the most popular. That's what the people at the front line of the void say. Siyu was stunned. She twisted her body a little embarrassedly. Why does it sound so strange? It's probably because of Maple that a lot of people are paying attention to you. Coincidentally, someone thought of you as the next little observer, reminding me of that title. I've tried to pair you with Maple's divine domain, split projection. Feng Qing Huang knew more about the God's world. She was a little nervous. And the result? Hui scratched his head. It's not a match at all. The two priesthoods are also pure at the beginning. Although the division of duties is different, there will definitely be changes after a long period of contact. It will be more suitable for us, just like the Guardian. Now, if my split projection, you can treat it as my inheritor, similar to the inheritance of the deity position. If you find the inheritor's inheritance, it will probably lean towards defense, like me in many situations. So, corresponding to Maple's side, Hui gestured with his hands and finished a paragraph with difficulty. Siyu clapped her hands in realization. I understand now. We can't be as crazy as Little Star, so we don't match at all. It's not a good match. Huey's face twisted. You've summed it up well. Jingyan rubbed her chin and pondered. After a while, she smiled bitterly. At a time like this, finding an inheritor for little brother will be a great help. After all, little brother's violence is obvious. Even if he only inherits 1/10 of it, he will still be much stronger than ordinary Empyrean gods of the same level. It's just that I can't think of anyone in the void who can become little brother's inheritor. The little angel also added, we can't find anyone who can safely come into contact with such a large amount of origin energy and still be unharmed. That's even more realistic. They really can't find anyone. Jing-yun and the others could in the past, but they probably can't now. Little brother has never mentioned anything about this. It's probably because of this. Jing-yun sighed. This idea can't be. Ahem, let's get back to the topic. Now that you two know our plan, what do you think? Do we continue to stay in the void front lines? Or do we return to the realm of the gods and spend some time to quickly ascend to Empyrean God of origin before returning? There's no problem with either choice. There's no right or wrong, and there's no better or worse, because no matter which path it is, there's no problem. Just choose with your heart. He scratched his head and sighed. If it weren't for the fact that peak Empyrean God of origin can't leave at any time, I've already planned to create the next Empyrean God of origin, or a few, or even more. Even if the changes in the realm of the gods can affect us through the imprints we left in the realm of the gods, it's not as effective as having our true bodies in the realm of the gods. But this plan still needs to be. Run away as soon as possible. Jing-yun, who was about to continue the topic, coughed loudly and looked at the two girls. Ahem, it's all up to you two. Just stay here. Feng Qinghuang nodded without hesitation, her jade-like hand holding the pendant. Little Star's heart is tied to the void front lines. I can't just leave like that. Siyu nodded beside her. Me too. This is the answer I've known for a long time. If it were now, the realm of the gods would definitely be peaceful and the conditions would be better. But that doesn't mean that it would be better for me to face the future and stand here. In that regard, you too have inherited Maple's stubbornness. Hui tugged at his bangs a few times and let out a long sigh. Well, that's not a problem. Then, the situation here will remain the same. This retreat should buy us 10 to 20 days, so we should seize the time to rest and deal with the next situation. Origin Energy Tower. Is there anything else? Jingyun raised her hand and said, There's also a special type of energy tower that belongs to an individual. It takes a long time to make because you have to add your own brand, but it can make the Origin Energy Tower more than 100 times more powerful, and it also has more durability. The theory that the little bro left behind seems to be a modification of the previous method of leaving a brand. It's more unique, but it has to borrow the power of the Temple of Origin. How many things did that guy leave behind? Is he really not afraid of overworking himself? TSK, I was wrong. Hui subconsciously complained. His face darkened, and he couldn't help but sigh bitterly. Maple, sigh, let's pass it on. We have time now, so we should squeeze in as much as we can. The little angel sighed quietly in her heart. Suddenly, she remembered something and quickly reached out to pluck a feather from her wing. Right, I remembered something. Everyone turned to look at the feather in her hand. The surging light of energy turned into a 2-meter-long purple-black greatsword. She held the greatsword with both hands and stared at it for a moment before handing it to Hui. When I noticed it, it was already with me. It didn't seem to be with Little Star that day. The Nether Void sword. Hui scratched his head in distress and took it from the little angel. His expression changed and froze on his face. His eyes became hot again. Seeing the sword reminded him of someone. The Nether Void sword was definitely the one he had carried with him the longest in his life. He had been carrying it since the first time he met it. When he saw it, he thought of the figure of someone holding it. Maple, sigh. Hui let out a long sigh and handed it over to the little angel. You keep it, or give it to Siyu and Blue Phoenix. This thing can protect you guys, but it's not convenient for me to use. Siyu sniffled and stroked the Nether Void sword. Little Star's sword. What's the origin of this sword? I feel like it's very special, very special. It's a divine weapon forged by the heavenly god of Origin. Jing Yun's voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to tremble violently. Their eyes trembled. They felt that it was natural, but also very unexpected. Jing Yun took the Nether Void sword and stroked its hilt. I don't remember which heavenly god of Origin forged it, but I'm sure that it's a divine weapon made by them. The materials used are all very special. Some of them are special creations formed when the god realm was first born. And I remember that there were 12 of them. Huey's cheeks twitched violently. 12 of the divine weapons of the god realm. Have they spread to the god realm? I heard that they were given to their inheritors. It seems that they've all been left in the god realm. Jingyun nodded and stared at the Nether Void sword for a long time. It really is strange. I told you about it in a hurry that day, but I didn't investigate it in detail. Now that I look at it carefully, its soul is gone, its consciousness is gone, and its spirituality is damaged, but its status is perfect. It's as if it doesn't know that a part of itself is missing, and it's the most special part. I don't know if it doesn't know or if it knows. It's just that everything has fallen into a state of complete collapse, so we can't find out. Logically speaking, a peak heavenly god of origin should be able to perfectly unleash its power, but for some reason he's never used it. At first, I thought that it was because he was afraid of something, but now that I think about it, it's probably because he couldn't use it at all, even if it was perfect. Jingyun let out a soft cry and poured her power into the Nether Void sword to touch it. Bang! Jingyun hadn't used much strength when the Nether Void sword retaliated with a burst of energy, knocking it out of Jingyun's hand and stabbing it into the city wall. He shook his hand and said in a tone that said he was right, "It's true. There's no way to touch that part, so you've been using your own strength and part of the Nether Void sword's characteristics. When I first saw that it wasn't in human form, I kind of expected it." Jingyun pulled the Nether Void sword out of the ground and circulated its energy again. This time, nothing happened, and it was able to circulate perfectly. Her power was tainted with the Nether Void sword's aura. I just didn't expect that to be the problem. Not in human form? We was stunned. So it used to be, that's right. It has a soul and consciousness. It came from 12 lives. It used to take human form to accompany its inheritors. Jingyun nodded and waved the sword twice to dissipate its energy. Then she handed it to the little angel and continued, "I'm afraid the same is true for the other 11 divine weapons." Hui sighed. He sighed heavily. "I think that the God realm actually has a lot of trump cards up their sleeves. All of them. But there's only one. One. There's really only one. As long as there's one that's real, and completely normal, and if it can allow Maple to fully unleash his power, then there's no need to fight this battle." Everyone thought that he had hit the nail on the head, but there really wasn't a single one that was completely normal. Chapter 16, 96. Time was something that remained the same even if it was repeated a dozen thousand times. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed. Ordinary worlds had experienced the vicissitudes of spring and autumn, with generations of people coming and going. In the eyes of countless people, the world went from familiar to unfamiliar, and gradually became familiar again before becoming unfamiliar again. Some of the newly born worlds had moved quickly past the initial chaos and returned to calmness, sprinkling endless light across the starry skies and forging this vast world. To a place in the void, such romantic scenes had no affinity with it. The void frontline, how to describe it had become a problem. And how to calculate the effect of the scouring of time, perhaps it could only be measured by the coming and going of guests from the world of order, as well as the number of sit-ups the warriors of order performed in the Soul Temple. Just like the rotation of the world of order, the frontline had also welcomed new people and sent away some of them. The only thing that did not change was them, who had been guarding the frontline all along. They were also aware of the people who came to the front line as if they were tourists. They did not pay much attention in the past, and would not interfere now, only watching silently. However, after facing the torrent of information from the entire world of order tens of thousands of years ago, the number of tourists had increased significantly. They would stay at the front line, perhaps joining the battle, observing, and correspondingly leaving. Perhaps that was the unique way of measuring time in the void frontline. Hui and Jingyun had thought of ways to keep those tourists as long as possible. They could represent themselves, such as the unaffiliated or personnel sent by other worlds to observe the situation. But in the end, they did not have much time, and even if they used any method, it did not reach the level of immediate results. Those who came would still come, and those who left could not be stopped, nor did they have the time to keep them. That was why there was no change in the front lines of the void even after tens of thousands of years had passed. There was no change at all, just as there was no change on the other side. Both sides had continued their unchanging battle in the void for a period of time that could be described as since ancient times. There were discrete changes recorded in the stories written by the Order of the Void, but on the whole, there was no change at all in the concept of a higher plane. The flames of war were still burning the entire void frontline. The power of order and chaos had turned into the largest storm that swept the entire void into it, wreaking havoc. If they stopped, it would be equivalent to death. No one wanted to see that kind of ending, so they could only press forward with all their might. Yuan Kong slowly closed her little notebook and looked up at the battle that was so intense that they could no longer participate in it. She breathed a long sigh of relief, to leave behind a trail, to record the progress of the world, to replace those who had already passed away. It was a mission she had given herself. She did not wish to see that when everything came to an end, there was no one in this world who had left behind this piece of history. A figure shimmering with golden light slowly emerged from the space beside him, accompanied by a faint holy murmur. When Yuan Kong saw his big sister coming out, he hurriedly put away his little notebook and hurriedly tidied up his appearance so that he didn't look so flowery before going up to greet her. "Big sister, what's the situation up ahead?" The little angel had just returned to the realm of order when she heard Yuan Kong's voice. She tilted her head and looked at Yuan Kong. Her voice was calm as she said, "What else could it be? They have been attacking for tens of thousands of years. It's even more frenzied than the 100 million years ago. The rules in the void have gone crazy, constantly switching between order and chaos. It has already broken apart a few times, and the speed of recovery can't keep up with the speed of collapse." She paused for a moment as the holy power from her body swept out like a storm, all of it surging into the realm of order, the realm that was still fluctuating intensely under the impact of the power of chaos suddenly stabilized. Yuan Kong saw that and quickly stepped forward to help strengthen the realm of order. "Big sister, you need to rest." Aren't you also struggling?" The little angel looked at the front and replied. Yuan Kong heard that and smiled bitterly. Although he hurriedly tidied himself up, there was no way he could hide it in front of his big sister. She also raised her head and looked at the void in front of her. The frenzied battle, it was dazzling. There were too many things in the range of her eyes that were mixed together, colliding in the void and becoming a pot of void soup. The point of convergence of the impact formed a huge vortex that was constantly tearing the void apart, sucking in all the elements contained within and crushing them, leaving nothing behind. The power of order is retreating. The pressure on the front line is going to exceed the threshold. Yuan Kong whispered and sighed in distress. "Are we going to retreat again? It hasn't been that long since the last time the void seal retreated." Hearing that, the little angel could only remain silent. The power of the underworld attacking the void seal was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, it reached the point where the void seal could not hold on as a whole. As a result, the frequency of the void seal retreating was also increasing. Although the last time it retreated was already a few thousand years ago, but compared to the hundreds of millions of years that had passed, these few thousand years could not even be considered as a thread. Right now, this void was almost broken. The power of order and chaos were once again on the same plane of standards. The rules of order could no longer affect the power of the abyss of death mist. This was also the main reason why the pressure on them was increasing. Originally, when the abyss of death mist and the others were fighting away from the void seal, they would be restricted by the rules of order and be weakened. Right now, the rules of the void seal had already collapsed. There was no distinction between order and chaos. It was a blank space. Therefore, there was no such thing as restriction and weakening to the army of manifestations. They were slowly recovering their strength. On the other hand, This was not good news for the world of order. Bang! The chaos energy from the pseudo-Yuanshi tier violently crashed into the realm of order. The energy of the entire order node began to move in an instant. The Origin Holy Temple and the Origin Energy Tower flickered with the radiance of energy. It did not take much effort to resist this attack. This was just a lucky chaos energy that had broken through the realm of order's blockade. At least at this stage, it was not common for the chaos energy to directly crash into the realm of order. When the chaos energy and the army of manifestations directly crashed into the realm of order, it would be time for them to retreat. If they did not retreat now, they would have to stay here. The realm of order has stabilized. It can hold on for a little longer. I'll go to the Origin Holy Temple to help deal with the Energy Tower. After leaving her voice, the little angel disappeared with a swoosh as Yuan Kong hurriedly waved her hand to ask her to stay. Yuan Kong could only smile bitterly. Big idiot, come back quickly. Yuan Kong rubbed her face and smiled bitterly. Ever since the big idiot had completely collapsed, her sister had been forcing herself. Her sister, who did not like to charge and break through the enemy lines on the battlefield, was the same as her. She forced herself, who was not good at fighting, to become a warrior. Sigh! Yuan Kong let out a long sigh. She took out her little notebook and flipped through it from back to front. After flipping through it for a while, she suddenly felt a little bored. She looked at herself, who was still in a state of recovery and would not be able to fight again for a while. Then she looked at the fierce battle that was still in a stalemate. She turned and headed for Zero City. Near the tower at the center of Zero City, there was a place covered by a transparent and illusory energy domain. The entire wide area was filled with 3 huge temples that were only visible as white clouds. But despite being transparent buildings, one could not directly see what the internal structure was like. The entire area was shrouded in clouds, and there was a soft whisper that brushed past one's ears like the whispers of the wind. Those were the meaningless whispers of countless souls, only to inform those who approached that they were there. Yuan Kong landed in front of the spiritual temple. Suppressing all the energy in her body, she headed straight for the temple in the center. Pushing open the door, she passed through various sections of the temple and arrived at the deepest part of the temple. Her footsteps, which were as fast as flying, suddenly slowed down a lot. She quietly pushed open the last door, took a deep breath, and slowly walked in. The last section of the temple, well, in fact, there were not that many sections in the first place. But after listening to the opinions and suggestions of a lot of people, the big idiot left it to them to change. Thus, she used the rules to divide the area. Only a small portion of the people were divided into different sections, while the majority of the people were gathered in a large area. These many small sections were mostly for the convenience of letting the small groups know where the soul imprint of their group was placed. In case someone died in battle, they could come over and wait. But this function was rarely used. After all, most of the time was spent fighting in the front lines, while the people resurrected in the spiritual temple would naturally return to the front lines. The last section was a rather small hall that could only allow 20 to 30 people to stand there. There was still enough space to move around. At this moment, in the center of the hall, a figure wearing a scarlet dress dotted with dark golden patterns was kneeling. Qing Huang. Yuan Kong slowly walked over and knelt beside that person. She raised her head and looked at the soul that was still churning in the air. How is see you? Feng Qing Huang slowly opened her eyes and softly replied, Almost done. Just a little while more, and the reconstruction will be complete. Yuan Kong stretched out her hand and poked the ground a few times before muttering in a low voice, Will there really not be any abnormalities left? I don't know much about the spiritual temple, although I do believe in the big idiot's creation. Feng Qinghuang shook her head. It's all right. Everyone has been through this for a long time. Naturally, there won't be any problems this time. All right. Yuan Kong sighed as he stared at the soul mark that had already grown to a very large size. He could not help but sigh again. What happened that day was still vivid in his mind. Nonsense! That was 3 days ago. No matter how forgetful one was, it was impossible to forget such a major event immediately. Perhaps it was because everyone was forcing themselves to walk the path of the big idiot. Siyu was also doing her best to force herself to do the same. Something happened so suddenly that no one could react in time to save her. Things like death were already normal in the Void front lines. Apart from the people at the peak who couldn't afford to have any accidents, everyone else had more or less died a few times. They were just a rather special group of people who had received special care, so they didn't experience that kind of thing. Death is nothing more than a state. In reality, it's just a matter of sending people away. In any case, with the existence of the spiritual temple, the boundary between life and death has already been blurred. As for now, death and whatnot, you will get used to it. But if there's nothing else, it's better for you not to experience it. Just live well. The big idiot's words were still faintly echoing in their ears. Those were words left behind many years ago. Creak! A sound suddenly came from the door, startling Feng Qinghuang and Yuan Kong. Usually, no one would come here, so they turned their heads curiously. A figure with long platinum hair slowly walked in. Her body was still stained with the aura of collapsed energy. She had just retreated from the battlefield. At first, she carefully pushed the door open, but when she saw that there were other people inside, she immediately opened the door. You're here too. I retreated with heavy injuries, so I came to take a look. Yuan Kong grinned. She looked at Dao Heaven, who was also not in a very good state. You were pushed down as well. Yeah, I exhausted all my strength and was forcefully thrown back. Dao Heaven scratched his head, awkwardly. Although there were always idiots who recklessly unleashed their power in the Void front lines, and in the end did not even have the strength to run and needed help to throw them back, Dao Heaven still experienced being thrown back. It could not be helped. The battle during this period was too fierce and too intense, and they would forget about themselves when they fought, especially for someone like her, who relied on her spiritual power to survive. She really did not know her own name when she fought. Sir Hui and the others have also given the order to retreat. I came back to help deal with the Realm of Order, so I came to take a look. Dao Heaven walked to the two and slowly sat down. How is that girl Siyu? Yuan Kong thought for a moment. She's about to be born. Feng Qinghuang and Dao Heaven were speechless. Although the reconstruction of the spiritual temple did look like it was born from a soul imprint, it still felt weird to say it out loud. Feng Qinghuang raised her hand and patted Yuan Kong's head. She then turned to Dao Heaven. Retreat. If we continue to retreat, Yuan Kong's expression became a lot more serious. Her voice was heavy. Behind is the second line of defense. It's the first line of defense left behind by Big Brother. This teleportation does not require any space or void preparations. The Void Seal and all the realms of order have already been prepared to teleport to the second line of defense. Once the front line is ready, it will teleport. Before she finished speaking, the space suddenly trembled slightly. It was like a small-scale earthquake. Dao Heaven and Feng Qinghuang's expressions froze. Just as they adjusted their expressions, they suddenly felt the power of order increase by a few levels. The power of order and laws rose to another level in an instant. It was as if they had returned to the upper planes. Could it be that they had retreated to the upper planes in one go? Life forms of order in the world of order would not have a difference in power just because they were in the upper, middle, and lower planes. However, If they were in a low-density realm of energy for a long time, they would feel refreshed and refreshed when they went to a high-density realm of energy. That was more or less what it meant. However, if people who were born in the lower and middle planes went to the upper planes, they would indeed be strengthened because of the difference in power between the realms of order and laws. A part of it. It's the second line of defense. Big Sister said that the idiot built the second line of defense using the laws and powers of the upper planes. So, Yuan Kong did not finish her sentence. She suddenly stopped. Feng Qing Huang was startled as well. Suddenly, an extremely familiar presence spread throughout the entire space. That familiar presence, Feng Qing Huang subconsciously looked down at the pendant. The cloud of consciousness was still surging. There was not much movement. Ever since the cloud of consciousness stabilized, it seemed to be reconstructing the laws. That was why it had not changed for tens of thousands of years. It had always been the same cloud of consciousness. Obviously, this familiar presence did not come from it. This proved that they had indeed arrived at the second line of defense, the fortress that he had meticulously built. This place had countless marks that he had left behind. Coming out from the spiritual temple, the familiar presence was even clearer. They could clearly feel that it was flowing freely in the entire void. Countless energy marks emerged from the void, flashing together with the colorful energy of origin. The energy of order, laws, and energy had all been raised to a level that ordinary environments could not reach. The entire void was filled with the energy of origin, but everyone was able to come in contact with it without being affected. After the marks appeared, huge energy circles appeared one after another. They appeared crazily inside the void. The circles of various sizes formed a huge canopy in front of them, surrounding the sky. The overflowing energy of origin and power of order dazed everyone. It was as if they had inadvertently seen that figure standing in front of the entire void, as if he was in charge of the entire line of defense. This is the power that Maple left behind. So this is what the second line of defense is all about. Hui Jingyun and the others who had just finished the transfer of the void sealing circle and stabilized themselves looked at the Taoist arrays that were still emerging from the void, densely covering every inch of the void. It looked, just by looking at it, one could tell that it had a very terrifying impact force. 1, 2, 3. There are more than 120,000 arrays left in the nodes. There are more than 1 trillion enchantments left, and this is just the base number. Who knows if the little brother has left any other arrangements in the dark? Jing Yun looked at the endless arrays that were emerging like snow. She could not help but smile bitterly. This power, and these were not just offensive arrays. There were also a considerable number of arrays that were used to strengthen the power of order and laws, as expected of the little brother who had the title of the Emperor of Arrays. The feedback from the other nodes is almost the same. The number of arrays, I haven't calculated it yet, but 1 trillion. Jing Yun's voice was interrupted by another soft and light voice. They turned around. The little angel was slowly descending from the void. The sacred sword burning with golden flames in her hand slowly dissipated. She walked forward slowly, looked at them, and said, "The second line of defense and the third line of defense were set up by him and me before the war with the Abyss Death Mist. The number of arrays left here in the entire second line of defense is 1 trillion. The third line of defense is located near the center of the upper plane. The number of arrays there is 10 times more than here. Everyone, just how crazy was this guy to be able to do such a thing that was completely inhumane? The little angel shook her head helplessly when she saw their shocked expressions. These 2 lines of defense were the craziest and most painstaking preparations he had made to resist the dream. That's right. From the beginning, he had planned to overthrow the established reality of the dream. It was his obsession, and also her obsession. After he had obtained various powers during that period of time, these two lines of defense had also been updated to a corresponding degree. At this moment, the lines of defense were impenetrable walls constructed with origin energy. They are planning to fight to the death. Jingyan coughed softly as she came back to her senses. This level of defensive power, should be the first checkpoint. If everything is calculated according to Brother's method, and according to Brother's plan, this line of defense has to hold for more than an era. During this period, we have to do our best to reduce the power of the Abyss Death Mist to a certain extent. Otherwise, his efforts would have been wasted. As for the third line of defense, Jingyan paused for a moment. Her voice was somber. That is, the place where we are risking our lives. If the third line of defense is breached, the world of order would not have much power left to continue resisting. That would be the last line of defense. Phew. Regardless, let's adjust according to the previous method. Jing Yuanji, Maple has given you the authority of the second and third line of defense. Go and check if there is anything unusual at the second line of defense. Adjust the void seal and the current rules and order of the line of defense. We will deal with the arrays and the energy towers. We could not help but smile bitterly. Although there is a considerable amount of military power left behind, we still have to do our best to organize and distribute it. That bastard Maple is not here. We have to adjust it ourselves. The little angel was silent. She turned back to look at the direction of the spiritual temple and slowly closed her eyes. Are you all right? How much longer until you come back? They had already retreated to the second line of defense. She was not very clear about the situation at the second line of defense. Moreover, without his guidance, the road ahead would be very difficult. No matter what, they must hold this line of defense until he comes back. Chapter 16, 97. The second line of defense of the Void Seal. That was the most insane act of resistance after the fantasy of twisting reality and reality into one's desired ending had grown to a certain extent. With her and his power as the core, it was a fortress that had been created countless times and countless times. Trillions of magic circles were spread across the nodes of the entire Void frontline, turning into a boundless canopy. The Great Wall of Hope. Yao Guang looked at the abyssal death mist spawns that were stubbornly resisting and charging at the order domain through the vast array of magic circles. Her gaze suddenly became a little dazed as she thought of the radiance of the Great Wall of Hope that shrouded her entire vision. The Great Wall of Hope that she had known before had been replaced countless times by the power of loss. Perhaps its outer appearance was still its outer appearance, but its inner appearance was no longer what it used to be, and was countless times more powerful than before. Even so, when she personally witnessed the scenes before her, the great wall that was formed by the magic circles that poured out incomparably violent power in battle, the unreasonable resistance that held up the entire Void frontline, she sincerely felt that perhaps the scene before her, the wall before her eyes, was the true Great Wall of Hope, and the one who had forged it had long since, "Little girl, don't be distracted. It's still far from the time to relax. Don't stop the energy flames that are covering the void ahead." The captain's stern reminder jolted Yao Guang back to her senses. She controlled the magic circles and energy towers in front of her to pour energy into the black dots that were charging at her like lightning bolts. Even as she attacked, she replied loudly, "Yes, very sorry." The captain was a middle-aged Empyrean god of origin, a warrior from the divine realm. However, she had long since learned that the so-called age of appearance, well, it was just to fool ghosts. That was not important. What's wrong? Thinking of the little boyfriend that slipped away from your hands? Or your family and friends that you haven't caught yet? The middle-aged man used his loud laughter to express his anger, roaring as he unleashed violent order energy attacks at the army of spawns. That's not a problem. Live with a smile. Live with a smile. And then vent all your anger and depression on the enemy's head. Just press it down in the void and beat it up. Yao Guang smiled bitterly and carefully controlled the array formation that they were in charge of. Then he glanced at the colorful array formation and sighed softly. I just thought of Big Brother Fengling. Feng Darren. Oh, speaking of which, I heard from Jing Zunshin that you and Feng Darren are quite close. The middle-aged uncle suddenly understood something. He let out a long, oh, and then let out a long sigh. Master Feng, I don't know when he'll come back. Yao Guang let out a long sigh. On the day of his accident, she also had mixed feelings. This was probably the same as the people at the front line of the void. If they were close, it was only because they knew each other and had a one-sided longing for each other. The change in the way she addressed him was only because he found it awkward to call her senior and asked her to change the way she addressed him. They were strangers who knew each other. However, to her, he was related to the change of fate. It was a fact that could not be forgotten. Yao Guang shook her head. The team leader did not continue the topic. Every time they talked about him, the topic would be forcefully cut off. That was because there was nothing to talk about. The resentment in their hearts would be vented through the power of the weapon in their hands. They did not need more words to express their emotions. Getting rid of the abyss death mist was the only thing they needed to do to mourn that lord. Are you all right now? Yao Guang looked up and murmured softly in her heart. Her gaze could not find a single empty spot in the distant void. She could only reminisce a little in this chaotic and boundless place. Then she continued her battle, spreading the angry roar of the magic circle across the void with her team. Energy shift to the right by 3 void coordinates. Origin energy tower condensing. All personnel evacuate. Order disintegration ready. 3, 2, 1. Everyone close your eyes and block off the rules. Order disintegration activated. As if there were billions of blue needles condensed from energy surging out from a magic circle that was more than 1,000,000 miles in diameter, the densely packed blue needles that filled the void condensed into a huge energy beam with countless small holes in it. It whistled forward, bringing with it endless rumbling sounds as it struck the great wall of void and order energy in front of them. The moment those fearless manifestations charged into the torrent, they were reduced to ashes without even leaving behind a cloud of energy. The blue energy beam that was moving horizontally in the void was like a huge energy sword that split the void in front of them into 2. Everything in front of them became gray, losing all color. Even the flow of energy could not be seen with the naked eye. Hui Jun, continue to shift the energy of order disintegration. Hit me here. Don't worry, I'll watch over here. Quick! Hui Jun waved his hand. Cancel the energy supply of all magic circles around us. Let the power of order disintegration continue to expand. Continue to spread it forward. But Lord Hui, continue to increase the power of order disintegration. Even the rules of order in the void in front of us will be... Don't worry about that. I have my own plans. Now, hit Jingyun with all your might. Yes, God. After the blue energy torrent received more energy output than it was originally locked on, it gradually turned into a colorful energy current within a few seconds. Those thin silver needles and small energy beams could no longer be seen. Within the range of the energy torrent's roar, there was only a dense and seamless giant wave that continuously crashed into the void in front of them. Standing in the middle of an army of tens of thousands, Jing Yun, who was surrounded by hundreds of magic circles and had attracted the hatred of countless people, was now desperately releasing the power of order to attract the army of manifestations around her. She was leading her own people to fight against a dozen fledglings. However, they could only fight to a stalemate, unable to find a way to win in such a short period of time. However, after Jing Yun found out that a round of order disintegration had been launched from behind her, she immediately thought of a very fun method: let the order disintegration attack her. She did not know if it was because she had been in contact with this little brother too much, but she would definitely not do such a risky method in the past. That light beam could disintegrate and wipe out any part of the power of order from the conceptual level of the rules. It belonged to the type that would kill a whole lot of people just by brushing against it. Even if they were thousands of miles away, they would still vomit blood and be heavily injured. However, considering that they were fighting desperately in the abyss of death fog right now, she did not care about whether it was dangerous or not. 1. A strange energy humming sound instantly pierced through the void, as if some kind of violent phenomenon had suddenly occurred, causing Jing Yun and those fledglings to be stunned. However, there were countless manifestations acting as barriers between this place and the scene on the other side of the void, so they could only sense that something was approaching them. Something was happening, but they had no way of knowing what exactly was happening. They could vaguely feel that something was very dangerous. Taking advantage of the fledglings being stunned for a moment, Jing Yun swung her hand and threw out a magic circle beside her. The spiraling magic circle released powerful origin energy and order power, turning into countless order chains that were tens of thousands of feet long, sealing and binding the entire domain. After that, the chains tightened fiercely. Seizing the opportunity when the fledglings were stunned for a second time, Jing Yun hurriedly retreated when they began to attack the order chains 1 second late. Everyone retreat! Retreat, retreat, retreat. Don't let the order disintegration touch you. The colorful beam of light that contained endless order destruction and destructive energy was like an energy longsword that cut through the void, splitting countless manifestations along with the void. Jing Yun had just sensed that the aura was approaching to the extent that it made her scalp tingle when she hurriedly pulled her people and retreated. She did not even have time to shout anything before she took the core of the newly formed order domain and fled without a trace. The majestic energy longsword slashed down in front of her with an aura that could split the heavens and earth, tearing the billions of manifestations in front of her into pieces. The sealed order domain was also instantly drowned by the colorful light, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. After that energy longsword slashed past, countless remnants of origin energy and order power surged in all directions like a hurricane, scattering the formation of the army of manifestations. Such a situation was still a daily occurrence. Yes, it was really a daily occurrence. The aftermath of the order energy is still as violent as ever. The abyssal death fog's reaction within the coordinate range has all disappeared, and the rules of order have received less than 5% of the impact. The situation is good. Thank you for the help from the rear. Next, we will begin to establish temporary order nodes. The spreading energy will cause the manifestations from other places to gather here. It's up to you, Jun. Just do it. If a single manifestation comes within 10,000 miles of you, consider it my loss. Hui waved his hand and shouted, "The time is ripe. All the order nodes standing in the void will be activated at the same time. Activate all of them. Attract all the manifestations to the place where they should go. Aim the origin energy towers at those fledglings that do not move. Bury them in the void." In the pitch-black void, colorful energy stars suddenly shot up into the sky, hanging high in the void, releasing a colorful brilliance that was enough to illuminate the entire battlefield. The order power that was so dense that it could not be dispersed, the power of the rules of order, had only just spread out, but it had already caused the eyes of the manifestations that came into contact with it to turn black. The manifestations that originally only had a little bit of intelligence and spirituality were instantly beaten back to the level of being brainless. They recklessly rushed toward the place where the origin energy and the endless order power were emitting. The commotion was similar to that of a cafeteria having a meal. That commotion looks really exaggerated. Jingyan stood at a distant place and looked at the commotion in the void. Her cheeks could not help but twitch. In such a vast place, after repeatedly clearing out and attacking the enemy's position, they had left behind a hidden domain of order. At this moment, they had activated all of them at the same time. With such a large-scale operation, if the enemy really did not react at all, unless they planned to surrender, just the overly dense aura of order was enough to make all the manifestations go crazy. The order to destroy order that was rooted in the rules of order caused them to recklessly rush toward those order nodes, spraying the aura of death and destruction towards those order nodes. As a result, the place where he was setting up the order nodes was completely ignored by everyone. Even the fledglings did not come here to disturb them. How's the situation? There shouldn't be any manifestations or fledglings coming over to disturb you, right? Hui Jun's voice rang out in his soul. He could not help but smile bitterly. He nodded and replied, "The situation is going well. This should be the last one, right?" According to the calculations, it should be the last one. Yes, I have just finished confirming all the other nodes. It is indeed the last one. Hui Jun nodded and said worriedly, "There shouldn't be any problems, right?" Theoretically speaking, as for how much of a theoretical situation it can achieve, it is still up for debate. Anyway, the direction of the operation will not be wrong. There must not be any mistakes. Jingyan said in a low voice. She placed the magic circles of the little brother into the center of the order node one by one in order. The origin energy and dense order energy began to spread around the node. The people guarding the surroundings immediately opened up a barrier of order to seal the node. It has been set up for 200,000 years. If there is any mistake, I will immediately jump into the tide of darkness and learn from you, little brother. I will not turn back until I die. Good resolve. Hui Jun smiled bitterly and shook his head. He waved his hand to let the magic circles around him begin to charge. This is the Guardian. We are here to confirm the situation of the order nodes to the entire void front line. Please ensure that the order nodes are still intact under the attack of the group of gluttons. If there is more than 10% damage, report immediately final confirmation. The confirmation of void nodes 51 to 91 has been completed. The damage rate of all nodes is less than 1%. Void nodes 300 to 400 are on standby. Only one node has a damage rate of less than 5%. Now mobilizing power to interfere with part of it. The situation will not continue to worsen. The order nodes from node 1000 to void node 1300 are also safe and sound. All the manifestations have been trapped in the void trap in front of the nodes. Information after information was transmitted to Hui Jun's soul through soul transmission. He slowly took a deep breath. Although he wanted to learn from Maple and look down on the entire battlefield through the origin sanctum, it was still difficult for him to do that. He could only repeatedly confirm at the last moment. As for what the countless order nodes that he had spent 200,000 years to bury were used for, other than to destroy the spawns and fledglings, what else could they be used for? It was nothing more than changing the method. Either he let them walk into the trap, or he let them line up to die. Hui Jun, this side is done. All the order nodes are in a state of resonance. All the order precepts are under our control. This part of the void is now under our control. After confirming the news from Jingyun that it was done, Hui Jun took a deep breath. He gently reached out his hand and pressed it on a colorful magic circle that was only the size of a wash basin. Divine energy madly surged into it. He muttered to himself in a low voice, 200,000 years. I've waited for this day for so long. Sometimes, even if there are no conditions, you still have to make up the conditions to make things happen. Just like now. The colorful magic circle trembled slightly. Energy runes leaped nimbly within the magic circle. Countless energy runes spread out and took root in the void. A circle of energy halo spread out silently. Along the nodes, it connected all the nodes that were set up in the void. The light flashed with an extremely destructive aura. Without Maple here, we can't use that kind of clearing thing casually. If we use order disintegration too much, our order precepts will need time to slowly recover. We can't rely on it. It's not good for a long battle. So, we still need a skill to clear things out. Among the trillions of magic circles that Maple left behind, I found the radiance of that shining truth. Hui Jun took a deep breath. He stretched out his right hand. The little angel, who was watching from the side, looked at him speechlessly. She sighed and handed the Netherworld Ruin sword over. Hui Jun took the Netherworld Ruin sword and swung it in a circle with his right hand. After that, he raised it up high. The colorful magic circle emitted an extremely dazzling light. Wisps of aura came from the depths of the void and resonated with it. Now, the future is in front of us. I can already foresee the scene of the void collapsing. Hui Jun held the Netherworld Ruin sword in a reverse grip. With a loud shout, he stabbed the sword into the colorful magic circle. A vast and violent energy of order destruction suddenly erupted. At the same time, a thick layer of golden energy barrier appeared around all the order warriors and order precepts in the void, isolating the world, void, order origin. The golden energy abruptly exploded in the shape of a sphere. The vast and boundless energy of order, wrapped in the destructive force of laws, swept towards the edge of the void. The countless order nodes placed in the void lit up with extremely dazzling radiance, as if suns had suddenly appeared in the void. Moments later, beams of energy shot out from them towards both ends. The vast divine origin and order energies condensed into one, turning into an endless storm that swept across the entire front line of the void. The storm of order generated by the countless order nodes devoured the void, devouring all the abyssal death mist spawns within its range. All death mist spawns have been destroyed to 100%. The primeval spawns have all been destroyed. The fledglings are all heavily injured. We'll count them later. Brothers, let's grab our weapons and crush those fledglings to death in the void. All abyssal death mist activity within the observable void has been reduced to 0. The order precepts have been completely restored. Take this opportunity to expand the order precepts. Emergency repair. Move all origin energy towers and energy towers to the edge to guard the border. After confirming that the abyssal death mist derivative has retreated, the remnants of the defeated army will gradually collapse under the energy shockwaves. Ignore them and continue to set up order nodes. Let them drift into the depths of the enemy's domain along with the energy. This is the perfect opportunity. Where's my sword? I'm dizzy from the waves. Where's my sword? The entire void was stirred up by the mighty scour of order. Countless people in the world of order expressed that this was a very familiar scene. Even though due to various reasons, the impact of the destruction of order was limited and weakened by a little, its might was still strong enough. It was a force that they weren't familiar with, but it didn't matter. They just needed to get used to it slowly. Cleaning up the battlefield can make you say something so epic. Jing Yun's voice was filled with unusual complexity. She could not help but sigh and shake her head. She smoothed her hair that was messed up by the impact of the order destruction. Hui Jun, when Lil Bro stabbed down with his sword, it was definitely not like this. Hui Shoujin rolled his eyes at him across the void and muttered, "Damn it, Maple's sword strike was meant to crush everything within the range of the void into ashes. That aura was meant to stun both sides. That was completely excessive damage. We are different. Jingyun rubbed her chin and thought that it made sense. Lil Bro's version of the original order of nothingness, when he stabbed down with his sword, let alone the void, even the void would be dried up. Furthermore, some of her own people might not be able to get close to the order realm in time and would be pushed into the void to take a bath. In comparison, Hui Jun's version of the original order of nothingness was gentler. Well, at least it was gentler to her own people. However, on the contrary, its destructive power and range were also weakened. Compared to the real original order of nothingness, its power is more than 100 times weaker. Its range of influence is more than 1,000 times smaller, and its destructive power to the order is also less than 100 times weaker. She glanced at a certain fellow who was wielding the Netherworld Ruin Sword and poured a bucket of cold water on him. It's only because we don't have enough duplicates to deal with the second defense line that the effect is so obvious. If it were any other place, the impact of order would have been weakened by the sheer number of mountains and seas on the other side. Hui Shoujian smiled bitterly and held his head. Stop scolding. I'll think of a way to increase the power, okay? This is just the first version I've tried. Give me some time to adapt and adjust. It will definitely not be weaker than your Maple's move. Really? Little Angel sighed and shook her head. I'm just telling you the details. I don't mean anything else. Jing Yun took the opportunity to check the order destruction node while they were talking about the attack. After a while, she nodded. The power of the order destruction node has a restorative effect on the rules of order and the creations of order. You don't have to worry about repairing the order destruction node after using it a few times. That way, it won't have much strategic value. Your aura has also left a mark on the order destruction node. Next time, you don't have to let the order destruction node appear in advance. Otherwise, the enemy will be able to react in advance to avoid it, and the effect will be greatly reduced. Think of a way to adjust the energy released by the order destruction node and adjust the situation of the magic circle. It should be able to increase the range of the impact of the order destruction node. As for the destructive power, increasing it by 10 or 20 times should be enough. For the current second line of defense, there's no need to increase the destructive power. It's still difficult for them to form an army and rush to the front of the blockade. Therefore, increasing the destructive power of the order destruction node should be enough. There's also the concealment ability of the order destruction node. If it's discovered and destroyed, it won't be fun. It's fine as long as there's a way to improve it. We should be able to find a way by looking at the magic circle left by Maple. Hui Shoujin stood in the void with both hands on the sword hilt. He let out a long sigh. Now that we have a big move to clear the field, we should be able to relax for a period of time. Oh, by the way, Hui Jun, be careful not to be squeezed dry. You don't have the capacity of little brother. Hui Shoujian smiled bitterly. It seemed that he still had to think of a way to fix the problem of his energy capacity. Oh my God, was he going to use Maple's method of torturing him on himself? Chapter 1698. Listen up, rookies. I've been repeating this for billions of times in the front lines of the void, but I'll still repeat it every time a newcomer enters the battlefield. Carve this sentence firmly in your mind. This battlefield is different from all the battles you've encountered in your own world. Don't use your narrow vision to judge this battle. In this front line, where trillions of objects rise and fall like waves, this is a completely new domain that you've never come into contact with. Throw away the pride and arrogance in your heart that will only make you die faster in the void. Newcomers, please come this way. Don't block the people behind. There are still many places in front, so please don't stop at the plaza. You still have many things to deal with and learn. If there's nothing else, please don't look at the void portal. Don't touch it. Don't touch that void coordinate circle. Don't use your weak power of laws to mess around with the teleportation circle. I'm telling you to go forward, you bastard. Listen up. It doesn't matter if you're rookies, rising stars, saviors, saints, sages, or whatever you call yourself in your own world. You're just a fresh army that can protect yourselves here. You're not the main force, and you're not the fulcrum of the battlefield. Don't think that the void revolves around you. Not everything will go according to your wishes. Those who don't take this battlefield seriously have already died in the spiritual temple more than 5 digits. If you're here to play and gain experience, then leave while you can. This is not a place for you to play. Everyone who comes here must be prepared to die. Those who don't have the corresponding awareness, go back to your home world and enjoy your old age. Don't be a hindrance here. Chatter and chatter. The teleportation plaza that was filled with countless lives was currently in a state of chaos, with the scene of endless energy rumbling in the distant void as the background. It was still in a state of battle. The battle at the second defensive line never stopped. The tide of darkness never stopped attacking, while the second defensive line resisted with all their might. Both sides were pouring out their power in a frenzy, but no one could do anything to the other. The world of order still had the upper hand, and the tide of darkness was still endless. The situation did not seem to have changed. As for why there was such a ruckus, how should one explain this? It was not known whether the 50% of the living beings in the world of order had realized the hidden meaning of this war, or if they had come here with their own intentions. In any case, since many years ago, another portion of the living beings in the world of order had suddenly gathered towards the front lines of the void, without any warning or time for anyone to react. At first, it was only a small group of scattered individuals who came and went. However, it had been like that since a long time ago. There would always be scattered individuals who would come and leave. However, from the time when the sudden movement began, the number of scattered individuals had increased by several times, until one day, groups of order beings began to arrive at the front line of the void. Some were from the same forces in the same world, while some were from the same region of the void. Those who arrived early had already adapted to the rhythm of the void and were fighting in the void. As for the others, they were either in a state of adaptation or were about to report. At first, it was a little troublesome. They did not know how to deal with these order beings who came from the rear to support and caused trouble. It was only after they realized that even if some of them were to leave, the second line of defense would not have a hole in it that they boldly sent a group of people to welcome and settle these guests from the world of order. It was a very happy thing to have a backup force. However, there was no one here who knew about the war between order and chaos, which made them a little sad. In other words, they could not immediately become a force on the front line of the void. They would need to go through a period of training before they could be. It was the same even if there were high-tier Empyrean gods among them. If they did not hurry up and deal with them before they were sent to the battlefield, it would be sending them to their deaths. Don't think that coming here is something you can brag about. Don't think that just because you're here, you're a legend. On the battlefield of the void, only death and destruction are allowed. I advise you to throw away those whimsical vanities and daydreams. If you can't throw them away, I'll say it again. Please turn around and go back. Otherwise, you'll only lose your life for nothing. Although some things are true, if you say it out loud, won't it hurt the morale of these newcomers? On the city wall, Yuan Kong was lying on the battlements as he looked down at the square where the void portals converged. He spoke to Siyu and Feng Qinghuang beside him. They're already adult gods. If they can't even accept reality, what's the point of coming here? Siyu ran her fingers through her hair as her jade-like hands played with her bangs. If they can't accept the fact that their bodies are standing in the clouds in their own world and nameless soldiers in the front line of the void, they won't be able to understand the value of their bodies. If they can't find their place in the front line of the void, they will only cause trouble for everyone. Billions of worlds are gathered here. Those who can come here are all representatives of their own world. Being coy, pretentious, self-righteous, and self-righteous in front of the warriors of other worlds is a disgrace to their own world. No matter who they are, no matter what they are in their own world, they should quickly understand where they belong here. Are they dissatisfied? No problem. First, I'll fight the instructors and captains. If I win, I'll fight the soldiers who have been fighting on the front lines for 3 billion years without rest. If I win, I'll fight the low-level commanders, then the mid-level commanders, then the high-level commanders, and then Big Sister Jing and the others. Finally, there's Big Brother Jing and Sir Hui. If they all succeed, I'll present the Nethervoid sword to you. Siyu crossed her arms and pointed at the Netherworld Ruin sword floating beside her. When the time comes, it's not impossible for me to give up my position as the commander-in-chief of the Void frontline. Feng Qinghuang and Yuan Kong could not help but smile bitterly. If it was not because he was not around, there would be another level. I think the previous batch of newcomers is quite good. 30 to 40% of them have already taken up their positions in the front line of the Void frontline. They have been fighting alongside the Warriors of Order for many years. So far, I haven't heard any news of them dying more than 3 digits. Qingyu said as she straightened her white robe. That's because most of the previous batch of newcomers came from the Cloud Continent. There's another one, the world that was shaken off the timeline by the Origin Energy. Most of them have come in contact with us before. So, they know the dangers of the power that is wreaking havoc in the Void. Earlier, we thought that they would come to the front line of the Void very soon. But we didn't expect it to be so soon. Siyu tilted her head and replied. Then she continued to nag. Unlike these locusts, all they can do is jump around. What's the point of showing off in front of the Warriors of Order? If you're so good, why don't you rush over and fight the abyssal death mist with bayonets? Feng Qinghuang tilted her head in confusion. Then she whispered, It sounds like you have something against the newcomers. What happened? Siyu gritted her teeth. She didn't want to say anything, but when she saw the 3 of them looking at her curiously, she hesitated. After a while, she mumbled, A month ago, some guy from some unknown world broke out of the city of Node Zero. He went straight to the front line and started to talk nonsense. A month ago, there were tens of thousands of primeval spawns and hundreds of primeval life forms. All of them gathered their strength to attack the realm of order of Node Zero. The place where he went to cause trouble was where Sister Jing was guarding. I don't need to say anything else. After that, Sister Jing rested in the realm of order for 2 days before she recovered. You know that? Yuan Kong's face twitched. I know that Sister Jing was suddenly seriously injured, but we didn't know what happened during that period of time. We had to retreat to deal with the realm of Node Zero. So, we didn't know what happened. After that, we saw that she was fine. So, we didn't pay much attention to it. Everyone was busy with their own things. I didn't expect something like this to happen. I even suspect that he was sent by the other side. Siyu crossed her arms and muttered angrily. Anyway, I have a problem with it. I have a big problem with it. I learned from Little Star to be stubborn and stubborn. I have a problem with these idiotic and self-righteous people. Feng Qinghuang reached out and patted Siyu's head and shrugged. In fact, many worlds of the Order Void had never experienced an incident of the scale of the Death Mist. They also did not gather together to save themselves from the calamity. Those who came out from their own worlds had self-consciously positioned themselves as the top champions of the Void. They were proud and complacent. Even when they came to the Void, they thought that they had come to another place that was filled with the power of order. In fact, many of them had never even seen the power of chaos in their entire lives. They only had the most partial understanding of the battle going on in the Void. Naturally, they had no idea what kind of place they were in. Their arrogant habits in their own worlds had made it difficult for them to adapt to the extreme change from a sage to an ordinary soldier. Now, they had gathered together, just like when they were in the academy, to learn about new knowledge and information. They even squatted together to express their opinions. There would always be arrogant people who did not know their own place, who would challenge the authority of the warriors of order. If it was a lower-level battle between order and chaos, it would be fine to just take a look at it. However, it was a battle that concerned the life and death of the entire Void. Hence, it was quite ignorant. It was normal for youngsters who had a little bit of strength to be disobedient. Other than the one who went to the front line to cause trouble, the others who dared to stand out would be taken down by their respective guides in less than a second. Then, they would be brutally beaten up on the ground. After that, they would be quiet. At the same time, the group of newbies would also understand that this place was filled with those who were stronger than them. It was best to tuck their tails between their legs and avoid being thrown into the Void by a powerful being who knows how many times stronger than them. That is the reality. People are fickle, suspicious, and suspicious. It is the unchanging rhythm of the Void. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. They will handle it well. The future world of order will also need this new power. Moreover, this part of things is relative. There will be those who do not follow the rules. Naturally, there will be those who understand and obey. They are already fighting in the front line of the Void. Yuan Kong's nodding movement suddenly froze. He turned to look at the pendant hanging on Siyu's neck. How is the big idiot? It's already been 3 billion years. It's about time something happened. Everyone turned to look at the purple-red pendant. Siyu's pretty face was complicated as she took it off and held it in her palm. When she looked inside, she saw a cluster of clouds emanating colorful light. It was still a cluster of clouds. It was a cluster of clouds 20 billion years ago, and it was still a cluster of clouds now. The only thing that changed was their perception. At first, it was just a cluster of consciousness. Now, the aura of structure, order, and energy had all recovered. Even if it was the same cluster of clouds, its internal structure was not exactly the same. It should be recovering well. Siyu muttered uncertainly. On the surface, everything seems to have recovered. However, Little Star has not reconstructed his body. Not only that, his soul and spirit still seem to be in a state of deep slumber. I would like to look for Lord Hui, but the four of them turned to look at the side in silence. The destructive energy of order from billions of flickering magic circles penetrated deep into the Void, colliding with the massive energy of chaos and causing a shocking explosion of energy that shook the entire Void. It dried up the Void and the Void together. Countless scattered energies broke into the Void and destroyed the rules of the Void. Most of the aftershocks rushed towards the tide of darkness, causing countless manifestations to disintegrate and turn into dust. Yuan Kong laughed dryly. The battle is still intense. We might not be able to explore it for the time being, and there's no telling how long this assault would last. Qing Yu suddenly waved her hand to stop the conversation and raised it to the front. She put on a face that was eternally indifferent, but somehow solemn. "Please gather here," she said softly. "Node 0 is just ahead. There will be others who will lead you to where you need to go. First, deal with the problem of being in Node 0 and understand who you are. Tomorrow, you will have an entire day to understand the void front line and the other side. Remember to be respectful and vigilant, for your ability is nothing before the forces of chaos on the other side. Now, head forward." See, you turned as Qing Yu spoke. It was a group of newcomers who had walked out of the teleportation square. They appeared to be rather quiet, and were now looking at the edge of the node city. They would be able to enter Node 0 after some preparation, and there they would be able to understand everything that happened here. The young man who was walking at the front saluted Qing Yu and said respectfully, "Thank you for the guidance." Looking at the newcomers who were about to enter Node 0, Feng Qinghuang whispered, "These people are quite obedient. Seems like they have been taught a lesson. Well, other than the one who spoke just now, don't you see that they all look dispirited after being beaten up?" Yuan Kong shrugged and sighed. In the void, the bigger fist is the truth. That's what the big idiot said. But compared to them, these newcomers from the world of order are indeed not as good as the newcomers from the Cloud Continent and other places. It's not a matter of strength, it's their state of mind and attitude towards the things here. After the conversation was over, the things that happened here were just that. Well, they were supposed to guide the newcomers to Node 0 from various places. But when Siyu came out to pick up the newcomers and reminisce about the past, they all left their positions and gathered around Qing Yu. Speaking of which, where is Dao Heaven? I haven't seen her much recently. She doesn't talk much. Siyu suddenly said, "Seems like she is still persevering at the front line. She has been persevering for more than 10 billion years. I went to see her half a year ago. She has almost driven herself crazy. If she continues to push herself, she will turn into a big idiot sooner or later." Yuan Kong let out a long sigh and replied, "The big idiot has not returned for a long time. It has affected her quite a lot. I heard from my sister that the big idiot was the one who dragged her out of the endless cycle of hell. She probably thinks of him as her faith and guide." Feng Qinghuang helped to send a group of newcomers away. When she came back, she added, "You should say another one, right?" "That girl doesn't seem like it." Yuan Kong put his hands on his hips and snorted like an old man. "Even if there is, it's only the kind that's been sealed away bit by bit, because she knows better than most that it's not something she should talk about now. Like Jing Jia, she chose not to talk about anything because it's useless to talk about it. She'll only leave herself sad. This is the void, isn't it? Don't talk about the future. Just being able to see tomorrow is already a blessing from the gods. In this damn place that keeps triggering bastard events, it's already a series of small miracles that work. Even Jing Jia is forcing herself, and we can only support her from behind." With that being mentioned, Siyu almost staggered and fell in the air. She rubbed her head in annoyance. "Ugh, I'll reach reciprocity in a little more time. At that time, it won't be a problem for me to constantly fight on the front lines." "How long is a little while?" 5, 6, 10 billion years. Siyu scratched her pretty face and smiled bitterly. Yuan Kong could not help but let out a long sigh. This speed is really fast. Moreover, her reaching reciprocity also means that Feng Qinghuang is about to reach reciprocity as well. However, it still sounds very far away. Who knows what the second line of defense will be like in 50 or 60 billion years? Maybe it will explode. Maybe it will still be holding on. Maybe the big idiot will already be back. Well, there is no need to talk about this. Fighting spirit is very necessary. In this damned place where dreams are shattered and beliefs are destroyed, it is important to have a little obsession and a goal to keep fighting. After helping gather the newcomers at the gate for a period of time, probably because there were too many people left in Node Zero, they were called into Node Zero to help with various guiding and informing tasks. As for guiding and other so-called tasks, it was nothing. They were just told about the Void frontline that they did not understand very well, the most terrifying enemy they were about to face, and the overall situation of the doomed Void. Then, they were introduced to the various node characters of the Void frontline one by one. Finally, they were told to settle any disputes that might exist between them in the future. Even if they could not be settled, they were told to be mentally prepared. They were called here to fight against the abyssal death mist and the underworld as part of the forces of order, not to come to Node Zero to perform martial arts. However, this part should be taught by someone, so she did not need to worry about it. After that, she led the newcomers to the spiritual temple, and then brought some of the veterans who had been in contact with the battle between order and chaos to the real front line. They were veterans who did not need too much guidance. They had faced the forces of order and chaos before, and they themselves had mastered the power of order and the methods to deal with chaos. Although it was only a part of it, they only needed a little explanation. Meanwhile, the new recruits had to stay in Node Zero to cram in all the information they needed, so that they would not die the moment they entered the battlefield. The front line of the Void frontline fell into an unusually busy situation. It was a situation that no one who guarded this place in the past had expected. No one would have thought that such a situation would occur when they retreated to the second line of defense. Relying on the power of the second line of defense to guard the front line, they still had the spare energy to deal with various situations from the world of order. At this time, the echelon of searching for undiscovered worlds that did not float to the surface of the Void was once again formed. Now, they were wandering around the Void of order, looking for worlds that did not float to the surface of the Void. While passively increasing the strength of the world of order, they were actively searching for worlds that did not float to the surface of the Void. This war was far from over. They still needed more power. It was not the level of 1 or 2 people, but the level of dozens of Void regions. Many of them are aiming for the energy and rules overflowing from the front line of the Void frontline. It can promote the growth of the power of order. Even if it's just the lowest level of passive defensive power, it's still not bad. To them, it's probably a blessing from the heavens. We received information about the reinforcements from all over the Void frontline. He told Jing Yun through the soul message. They probably think it's a free environment. Jing Yun let out a long sigh of relief. It doesn't matter. It's just a matter of leaving it there. Let them do whatever they want, whether it's under our control or not. Every bit of power of order will have a greater impact on the tide of darkness. Anyway, there will be people left in the end. It's just a matter of how much. Phew, it's a waste not to use it, right? That's what you say. Hui smiled bitterly. It's just that I feel a little lost deep down. Those people are probably still thinking, a bunch of idiots. We used your domain to become stronger and then turned around to leave. What can you do about it? Jingyan said. Now that you mention it, I'm suddenly unhappy too. Right. Hui smiled bitterly and scratched his head. In fact, those people might really be there. It's just that they did not have the time to care about it. Hui let out a long sigh and shook his head. Let's not care about that. Those girls can handle it. They have followed Maple before. They should have a way to not let us suffer. Brother, Jingyan sighed. It's been more than 20 billion years. Brother, it's about time to come back, right? Hui paused, the holy sword in his hand. Maybe. I hope so. Chapter 1699. Look at this city. It's a normal city with people living here, but on the other hand, it's a fortress that stands at the most dangerous border, a fortress that separates life and death. What do you think of it? Majestic, divine, yep, and incredibly powerful. The energy and laws flowing in this world are far, far more powerful than in our world. I can't even imagine that such armed forces and law powers would be used on a single city. It appears to be impregnable and indestructible. That's just your one-sided view. It's actually quite fragile. The power entrenched on the other side of the void is extraordinarily profound, enough to tear apart your notion of sturdiness and indestructibility like a piece of paper. The void and order here would be destroyed step by step as you bear witness, just like what you're seeing now. Look up at the sites that stand here. Those are the marks of history and survival that we can't leave any mark behind. The heaviness that they represent is something you can't imagine. Can't you agree? Every world, race, and civilization has their own difficulties and difficulties to face. But that's just what happens in your world. For you, the worst-case scenario would be the death of a branch of a race, the defeat of a part of a civilization's history, or the loss of a part of a world. Even so, those things here, the race, civilization, history, and world they represent are nothing more than a sight before your eyes. A sight that carries the weight of an entire world. The Chronicle Library was a place that recorded the stories and history of life from various worlds in the void. Originally, it was just a part of the story that was recorded here, but the process still existed even now. It was just that the stories themselves had changed, and were no longer little stories that could be entertained or recorded fun. Instead, the stories that remained here were silent images that recorded the heaviness and sorrow of the entire void, the destructive war of the lower planes, the counterattack of the billions of worlds in the middle planes, the establishment of the void frontline, the resonance of the timeline, the drastic changes in the void, the destructive war of the divine realm, the fall of the first void frontline, the establishment of a new void frontline, the never-ending battle against the death mist of the abyss, the calamity in the lower planes, the war of self-defense between the worlds of order and chaos. Some were carried in images, while some were images that were eternally frozen in a single moment. There were also things that wanted to be recorded, the names of the vanished worlds, the destroyed civilizations, the names of the vanquished, the names of the extinct races. They wanted to record, but there was no way to do so, and could only search for those fragments through incomplete rules to trace the traces of their existence. In the end, what was found was what was here. These were the things that the Chronicle Library had left behind, recording the bits and pieces that happened in the war between order and chaos. Some were scenes from a corner of the Great War, while some were images excavated from the wreckage of worlds, and worlds that were left behind after the void was destroyed by the frontline. They recorded what they had experienced, or could only be recorded with their help. Heroes? No, they were all warriors of order. For the sake of order, they slaughtered. For the sake of order, they sacrificed everything they had. For the sake of order, they sacrificed their entire species, civilizations, and worlds. No matter what they did, it didn't matter if they made a small contribution to this war, or if they had a decisive effect. None of that was important. What was important was that they fought for order. They were warriors of order. It was as if there was no information about him left behind here. It was not because he knew that he would return one day, but because there were too many things that happened here. There was no need to deliberately carve a person here. If his name and figure were left behind, this place would contain the names and history of all warriors who fell in the War of Order. The void that was filled with node cities would not be enough, which was why there were only images, and some written records of their existence, battles and battles. Regardless of race, void, region, and origin, they who stood in the midst of order turned into symbols and meanings that were left here. It is a memorial and also a warning. Tang Yin let out a long sigh at the newcomers who led her here. If you don't want to leave your information here as your final influence on the void, then fight with your life on the line. Let the entire void hear our roars of resistance. Those were the words left behind by the observer whom Tang Yen had never met. Every time he strolled around the Academy of Discipline and saw images of him, Tang Yen would always recall those words. Now, he was going to pass that most important message to the newcomers who came to the front lines of the void. As for whether they would understand, looking at the newcomers who were deep in thought and had a slightly downcast aura, Tang Yen breathed a sigh of relief. He did not care about that. Let them weigh it themselves. No matter why they came here, no matter what they had to face. Perhaps it was because he had experienced something similar, or perhaps he could find a part of himself in those records. He hoped that these newcomers who were about to step onto the most brutal battlefield of the void would at least have a firm belief or idea in their hearts. If they were to recklessly step onto the battlefield without knowing anything, it would be easy for them not to return. He turned to look at the images that were being replayed along with the energy. Breathing a long sigh of relief, he lowered his head slightly in respect. Good afternoon, friends. Order is still fighting bravely today. We will never stop. At that moment, there were many lives gathered in the Academy of Discipline. 80% of them were newcomers from all over the world, in the void. The remaining 20% were people who were originally stationed at the front lines of the void. Countless people were watching, and coldly watching the real battles that happened in the void. They were all silent. Only faint voices could be heard in the huge Academy of Discipline. Other than that, it was so quiet that one could hear breathing. Tang Yin was not sure if everyone was looking up at the images that had become history and was forever frozen in time. He was also not sure if they really took the history of this place seriously. Everyone seemed to be watching silently. These images, no matter how many times I see them, make me feel uncomfortable all over. The voice that came into Tang Yan's ears made him subconsciously turn his head. The tone of the voice was a little unnatural. It was very soft, and only those who were a little distance away could hear it. Tang Yen turned around and saw Siyu and the other three slowly walking towards her. The unnatural side just now was directed at him. Now that their eyes met, she said, "We've just brought in a group of newcomers. How are things on your side?" After roaming the front lines of the void for more than 20 billion years, some of them were already quite familiar. Due to various reasons, Tang Yen knew them. Especially since she had to focus on handling the countless lives that came from the void of order to the front lines, they would usually exchange a few words when they see each other. As you can see, Tang Yen patted her loose, short-sleeved shirt. On the surface, they seem to have some feelings, but who knows what they are actually thinking. Brother I Ching is right. They have never experienced such brutal things. No matter how much they know, it's not much use. It's better to let them experience it for themselves. Even so, it's impossible to just throw them into the battlefield all of a sudden. We can only deceive them, and use all sorts of methods to let them be mentally prepared, and then let them face the scouring of the images directly. Feng Qinghuang raised her head and looked at the images. Many of them were things that they had experienced together with him. Some of them were things that they had heard from him before. Occasionally, they could find similar scenes when they flipped through his memories. However, there were many things that they did not know. Those are the broken records found in the void of order, and the images left behind after the worlds were destroyed. If you want to talk about new, it's more or less the same. Tang Yen nodded and walked forward to touch the huge images. The lower planes that were destroyed by the abyssal death shroud, the remaining broken worlds of order, the fragments of worlds. Traces of the existence of a world can be found in many places, and the things that happened when they existed. They only exist in hearsay, and I have never experienced them before. Never experienced them before. Yuan Kong shook her head upon hearing this. With a wave of her hand, she tossed a small spell formation into Tang Yan's mind. She then snapped her slender fingers, and the spell formation immediately came to life. Boom. Well, it was not the sound of her mind exploding. The sound and images that came from the circles startled Tang Yan. She pressed her eyes and found that she could see what was in front of her at the same time. She could also see what was happening on the front lines. It took her a while to get used to it. The situation on the front lines. Yuan Kong paced around twice on the spot. There is only a small distance between us and the front lines. You can easily touch them if you step out of here. We are not that far away from the place where the war broke out. Even if we are dealing with other trivial matters at the rear, we are still living in a place where battles are frequent and chaos is spreading. It is destruction, and destruction that cannot be stopped. Yuan Kong took a deep breath and stared at him. We are experiencing this war every moment. It has never stopped. It has never stopped. Tang Yin scratched her head, just as she was about to nod in response to her own thoughts. Siyu and the other three were startled. Then they sighed in unison. There are new people coming. Hurry up and receive them. We'll be leaving first. I'll leave the people from the disciplinary academy to you. We just came in for a while, and there are already new people coming. Hearing the girls cursing as they walked out, Tang Yin scratched her head again and smiled bitterly. She muttered to herself, "There are so many newcomers. I wonder how long the wave will last before it dies down a little." While the arrival of new people was gratifying, having too many of them would occasionally cause headaches, especially when no one knew how many of them had really come to the front lines to fight against the underworld, and how many of them were just here to mess around. In the past, the saying that no matter what kind of intentions they had, no matter where they came from in the void, as long as they came to the front lines to fight for order, they were all brothers and sisters. But now, that saying, no matter what kind of intentions they had, no matter where they came from in the void, as long as they came to the front lines to fight for order, they were all brothers and sisters. But Brother I Ching and the others were aware of that as well. There was no particularly good way to deal with it at the moment, so they could only leave it there. As for him, it was not his turn to worry about such matters. First, he had to complete the task at hand. After the disciplinary academy was over, the new people should go to the spiritual temple. No matter what, they had to leave a mark of their soul origin to avoid dying instantly on the battlefield, sacrificing themselves for nothing. Time passed quietly. Unknowingly, another tens of thousands of years had passed. In fact, the skipping of time could have been even longer. Singling out these tens of thousands of years was because these tens of thousands of years were the duration of the wave of the newcomers. Countless lives that originated from the order void poured into the front lines of the void and continued for tens of thousands of years without interruption. A group of people led another group of people, led another group of people, which in turn led an entire world. Such a chain of pulling process was long and smelly, causing the wave to continue for such a long period of time. And after the wave ended, there were still small waves of people coming and going to the front lines of the void. Even after the wave of tens of thousands of years had passed, there were still small groups of people who continued to go to the front lines of the void. Basically, there would be dozens to hundreds of newcomers every day. But as mentioned before, those who came would come, and those who left would leave. Everyone had their own goals. Only a small portion of the newcomers could withstand the brutality of the front line of the void and the tension in their souls. The shortest among them only lasted less than 100 days in the divine realm before they left. Those who had already left had lasted for 1,000 years. Most of them were in between the two timelines for various reasons. Dying in battle, escaping from the oppression of the chaos was a normal situation. Not everyone could hold on like the Order warriors who were firmly guarding the front line of the void and could hold on for as long as they wanted. As for those who did not leave, based on how long they had held on, tens of thousands of years had passed. It should be 70 to 80,000 years. Their current situation was still fine. They had fallen. They had stood up. They had experienced extreme depression. They had experienced negativity. And they had experienced endless despair. But in the end, all of them managed to hold on. Perhaps they were numb like the others, clenching their teeth and holding on day after day. They were already used to it. However, there were even more people who found it difficult to get used to this sort of eternal suppression and insanity. That was why they left. These people who came here with an attitude of disdain towards everything in the world and came to the front lines of the Void Alliance didn't even smile when they left. Being dispirited and listless could even be considered a mild symptom. As for those who were more serious, perhaps they stood up and crawled out of the front lines of the Void Alliance, their eyes filled with doubt, due to the presence of the spiritual temple and the fact that they were stationed at the second defense line. There was less pressure on them. These newcomers, who had experienced tens of thousands of years of battles between order and chaos, had zero casualties. They all came here normally and left safely. As for their mental state, that wasn't something they cared about. It would be good to let these arrogant people from the world of order know that the front lines of the Void Alliance were never a place for sightseeing. It would also be good to let the entire world of order know just what kind of enemy the world of order was facing right now. This would prevent them from dying without knowing just who killed them. Although, even if they knew, it wouldn't necessarily be. Forget it. There was no point in discussing such feelings. The most useful thing to say was that the number of people in the front lines of the Void Alliance had increased by 1/10. This was a huge number that had accumulated over a long period of time, not just the result of 70 or 80,000 years of hard work. There's no way to avoid that. Little Angel said to Yuan Kong, "See you," and the other girls who were sighing. The wings behind her flapped gently as energy surged again and again. Living beings have an instinctive fear and resistance towards death. Under special circumstances, they may suppress the fear in their hearts due to various reasons, but it still exists. Even now, all living beings in the front lines of the Void Alliance fear death. However, with the spiritual temple, their resistance towards death is greatly weakened. Little Star's determination and fearlessness to give up on life is not normal after all. Moreover, most people would still instinctively resist death, even if they know that they can live again after death. No one would want to taste death for no reason, even if they could be resurrected. Yuan Kong let out a long sigh and pulled at his hair in frustration. But those are all high-level life forms. They are at least heavenly gods, and there are so many heavenly gods of origin. I don't believe that they have survived so many years and have faced so little death. But it might not be a lot. Little Angel glanced at her. Just like the entire front lines of the Void, the living beings that remain here make up about 50% of the Void of Order. As for those who come and leave, they are at most 10%. They are just a small number to this defensive line. Naturally, they are a small number to the realm of order. Perhaps they really have not experienced much death and are used to having everything in their hands. However, they are different from him. If he can grasp it, he will grasp it. If he can't, he will give it up. He will use all means to try to grasp things here. Even if he knows that the possibility of the worst ending is very high, he has never said that he would give up. It has nothing to do with righteousness or standpoint. It's just that he wants to do it. Little Angel sighed softly. You used to ask me what's so special about him. Now, have you figured out the answer? Yuan Kong lowered her head and mumbled, "Long ago, it's just as you know." Little Angel let out a long sigh, looking at the pendant in her hand. She looked at the air in front of her. A 30-zhang-wide cloud of mist was surging in the spiritual temple. Like a surging wind and clouds, countless multicolored energies were condensing on the edge of the cloud. Bolts of energy were scurrying on the surface, emitting powerful energy waves. The laws of structure have been perfected. The origin energy and laws of origin have been restored. There are no abnormalities in the cloud of consciousness. The fluctuations of the soul are still very weak. The soul is still in a state of deep sleep. Even if the other conditions have been reconstructed, the following steps still require the soul to be awake. There is no way to stimulate it at the moment. She looked at the consciousness cloud and gently reached out to touch the energy lightning that had spread to her eyes. She could feel a complicated and chaotic thought surging into her mind. There was also an aura that made her feel a deep sense of longing in her soul. She couldn't help but close her eyes and nod gently, as if she was responding to someone's murmuring in her sleep. "I heard it, stupid little star." She revealed a helpless expression and laughed bitterly. However, at this moment, he wasn't even in a conscious state. He couldn't sense anything from the outside world at all. Right now, it was just his subconscious and instinctive action. He subconsciously made contact with her. Feng Qinghuang also stepped forward and touched the cloud of consciousness. The cloud of consciousness froze for a moment. A strand of chaotic energy flowed out and touched her hand. It was also responding. Feng Qinghuang touched the cloud of consciousness that seemed illusory but could be touched with her hand. She said to Little Angel, "Can it speed up his reconstruction by hanging here?" According to the current situation of the missing soul, it may be possible. Little Angel nodded and looked at it. Because the other conditions have been restored to a state of no damage, the only thing missing is soul recovery, which is also a very important piece of the puzzle. As long as it recovers, everything should be reconstructed. How long will it take? Yuan Kong also stepped forward and asked. "I am not too sure. Maybe it will take a long time." The little angel smiled bitterly. The soul is the most mysterious thing, especially the soul of Little Star, which has long been beyond our understanding. It involves too many things. His body and his soul are involved in too many things that cannot be judged by common sense. Right now, he is in the state where he cannot reach out to the outside world. There is nothing we can do but watch him. As for the soul that is in the state of complete hibernation, it will take even more time for his self-awareness and soul to be reconstructed after the collapse of his energy life form. How long will it take for him to really wake up? She hesitated for a while. Her golden eyes were shining. After a while, she slowly said, "Maybe it will take hundreds of millions of years. I will ask Hui and Jingyun when I have time. You don't need to worry too much. Just stay here and accompany this idiot. See you, Qing Huang. Try to reach the origin level as soon as possible." Little Angel crossed her hands and looked at Qing Yu and Yuan Kong. "If you don't have anything else to help, just come back." Yuan Kong heard that and heaved a long sigh of relief. She couldn't help but murmur, "Finally, we don't have to accompany those idiotic newcomers anymore. It's a thankless job. They left so easily. Our efforts all these years have been wasted." Feng Qinghuang shrugged. They had been wandering around the node cities for tens of thousands of years to deal with the newcomers. Yuan Kong had complained about it millions of times. She was even more resentful than Siyu. Perhaps it was because he had given up halfway, but the newbie that he had painstakingly trained left just like that. He came and went as he pleased, as if it was a public toilet. Thinking about it, he felt quite helpless. Chapter 1700. Time came and went in a hurry. It would not stop for anyone or anything. On the contrary, it would be urged to run forward by the things in this world. The same year might be so long that it made people feel bored, or it might be so fast that it did not feel anything at all. The sea of time surged as it pleased. It was completely up to it how it wanted to go. In the void of order, countless years ago, there was a vast torrent of information that swept across, bringing a wave of panic and uneasiness to the endless worlds in the void. The world of order that had experienced the resonance of the timeline even fell into another kind of chaos because of that. When the reality that was ignored by countless lives was suddenly revealed on their faces, chaos and turbulence appeared in this world. Newbies going to the front lines of the void together was only one of the phenomena. There were more things that had already happened during the resonance of the timeline, and now that it happened again, it was just a repeat of itself. If the influence of the abyssal death shroud and the underworld's crusade were considered external threats, the storm that was stirring up in the order void was considered an internal threat. The largest internal war in the order void, the conquest and large-scale war between worlds, a destructive war that used the power of an entire race or an entire world. No one knew when the fuse appeared and when it ignited the entire order world. By the time everyone realized it, it had already happened. It was already an established fact. The order world that had been stable for hundreds of millions of years, when a group of big shots who had reached a consensus went on an expedition to the middle plane, they acted recklessly and foolishly behind closed doors. Looking at the entire order void with the door closed was not much different from self-annihilation. Anyway, they were already used to it. Well, not really used to it, but they really did not have the time to deal with it now. Such a large-scale storm had engulfed the entire upper plane, and only some worlds in the core were left unscathed. It would be difficult to throw one or two people to deal with such a storm, and at this time, they really did not have much free manpower to mobilize from the front line of the void to mediate the chaotic order void. At this moment, all the information that came from the order void gave the warriors of order a headache. Then, they continued to deal with things that gave them a bigger headache. They scolded those cowardly rats who did not do anything, and scolded those brainless juniors who were brought along casually. They were angry that they did not fight, and were constantly glad that they brought their own world to the front line. They did not have to suffer from the storm of the order void, and they could still control it. The result was actually quite good. If they wanted to forcefully comfort themselves that everything was fine, well, they probably could only find some self-consolation from the phrase, heroes in troubled times. The large-scale storm and battle of the order void could also give birth to a large number of so-called heroes, so-called geniuses, be it gods or saints. They were all people who seemed to be very powerful just by hearing their names, but in reality, there were not many people who could fight. Well, self-consolation would not work. It really would not work. It really would not work. As for those who still knew about the existence of the void frontline despite the storm, well, they did not know how many of them there were. Perhaps everyone remembered, but chose to ignore them because they were busy dealing with their own battles, or perhaps they were so busy with the Civil War that they did not remember anything. It was not that serious, since there would still be newcomers to the void frontline. They were all newcomers of order, who came from places outside the void frontline. In terms of temperament, state of mind, resolve, and ability, they were millions of times better than those who had come in contact with the void frontline, as if it was a public toilet. Those who still dared to come to the void frontline now would probably have considerable understanding, and had prepared themselves accordingly. Even if they would not reach the standard of power in a short period of time, having such mental resolve was enough. As for realms, they would be able to catch up in a little time. They just had to slowly move forward, and it would be very quick. As for the void front line, it is still the same. The second defense line is still sturdy and stable, but perhaps due to the defensive forces that the big idiot left behind being too powerful, The Spawn army had not been able to cause any damage to the entire defense line even after almost 90 billion years. On the contrary, they themselves were greatly damaged, and the situation is currently in a stalemate and stabilizing. Although I would like to say that everything is fine, having experienced it once before, there is no guarantee that they would not secretly cause trouble again. That's all. Yuan Kong glanced at the information recorded in the little booklet, blinking as he closed the booklet, and exhaled deeply. 90 billion years. Huh? 90 billion years. It has been 90 billion years since we arrived at the second defense line. Such a long period of time was enough for mortal worlds to be replaced over a dozen million times, and the birth and death of living civilizations could be repeated over 100,000 times. In that period, innumerable worlds were born and innumerable worlds fell, with life repeatedly visiting the mortal realm and leaving without much trace. The Void frontline was still in a state of war and had not stopped since 90 billion years ago. The abyssal death shroud's onslaught had not weakened over billions of years, while the dark tide would always stand at the edge of the void, never showing signs of weakening. As for the Void of Order, as mentioned before, it was already in another state of chaos. What a bunch of boring fellows. Trivial matters in the world of order. Buffed. A bunch of useless trash, filling their heads with useless trash and rubbish every day. No wonder they could torment the Void of Order to such a state when everyone is not around. It really is not without reason. Yuan Kong sighed and shook his head as he opened the booklet and left a deep grudge record, and then continued to sigh in anger. The trivial matters in the Void of Order. It's really trivial. Look at the bigger picture. It's just trivial matters. Phew, forget it. The big idiot is right. If you care too much about these things, you will eventually get yourself into trouble and lower your intelligence. If you think about the trivial matters in the world of order, there will be no use other than a stomach full of depression. However, perhaps it was because they were in an extremely cruel place, like the end of order. The things they needed to see were the Void front line and the entire Void of Order. Because their eyes could see too far, they cared more about things, and so they had to calculate more things. As for those fellows who were fussing over trivial matters in their own world, because they could only see what was in front of them, they could only care about their own matters. Actually, there was nothing wrong with that, but she just felt depressed when she saw it. All of them were just seeking to survive. They were just drifting in the void's general trend, walking on in order to survive, to survive. Everyone lived in a different way, so there was no time in this world that was exactly the same. So we let them do whatever they want in the void and destroy the Void of Order, living happily, but they don't know what the world of order is facing. Yuan Kong slammed the booklet shut for the second time and couldn't help but frown. The big idiot and the others could tolerate the existence and occurrence of those things. On one hand, they didn't have the time to care about them, and on the other hand, they didn't think it was necessary. But she still felt that it wasn't the case. In her opinion, they were fighting with their lives on the front line to delay the arrival of destruction. When they were delaying the destruction, even if the rear couldn't provide any help, they should at least be obedient and watch over their home. They didn't expect everyone to fight against chaos, right? Was there a big difference between that and self-annihilation? Why don't they just destroy the Void front line and let everyone be done for? Protect such people? That's really meaningless. There was a period of time when the big idiot you spoke of had the same thought, and he even put it into action a few times. Her big sister's voice suddenly drilled into her soul, startling Yuan Kong. She hurriedly jumped up from the stairs of the spiritual temple and looked around nervously and excitedly. When she didn't see anyone, she realized that it was a soul message. She sighed in relief and asked curiously, "Put it into action. What did the big idiot do?" "He went back and forth and destroyed the divine realm a few times." Yuan Kong. But isn't the divine realm still fine? Because it wasn't completely, because it was meaningless and meaningless. So, as you can see, the divine realm didn't have much of an impact. The little angel replied, "Every life has its own reason for living, and it has its own meaning to live. It's because there's no way to easily interfere or judge. That's why there's no meaning and meaning to what he believes." So, he didn't bother to care about it anymore, and didn't bother to care about other things. After that, other than things that are related to this body, he didn't bother to care about anything else. Really, it's meaningless. Just like the void of order right now, there's internal strife, civil war, and even the environment of the void of order being destroyed. Is there any meaning? If there's no meaning, can you care? It's obvious that you don't have the strength to care, so you can only ignore this situation. After all, the front line of the void is still busy. Instead of caring about those brainless ants performing crosstalk to their own people and fighting over some trivial matter, you should think about the front line of the void. Yuan Kong gritted her teeth and muttered in dissatisfaction. But that's the void of order we're talking about. We still have to retreat there in the future. Are we really just going to ignore it? The scale of the battle in the void of order isn't small either. Even if we want to intervene, we can't because we don't have enough power to do so. Her big sister said faintly, then suddenly laughed. "You've changed. You've changed a lot compared to when we first met, and you're changing in a direction that's somewhat similar to him." Not bad. At least, you're much better than me. The little angel sighed softly, causing Yuan Kong to freeze in shock. She slowly sat down and fell into silence. Her big sister had always been very concerned about her current appearance and personality in the cradle, so much so that she couldn't do anything to fill the gap in the defense line exposed by his absence in this tense moment. They were all strange life forms whose nature was determined by their own perception and personality. The moment they were molded, they would basically limit themselves to their current appearance. Her big sister could only be a support in peace. Even if she could fight, her battle prowess wasn't that strong. She had always been like that, but because her main body was still young and the molded was not complete, she was affected by her own subjective consciousness and forcefully changed her direction. Even her big sister knew that she had changed, to the extent that she had changed into a different person. Yuan Kong paused for a moment. When did it become like this? Unknowingly, everything seemed to be operating normally as time went on, as if everything was still normal, but it had unwittingly become and solidified as it was at this moment. She pondered for a moment, and then realized in hindsight, they had spent a whole 90 billion years in the world where the big idiot wasn't around, in the front lines where he wasn't around. No wonder they had changed. No wonder it had been 90 billion years, and because they had to adapt to the world where he wasn't around, they had made more obvious changes to themselves. How's the front lines? Big sister. Everything's normal. Everything's the same. There's no change. The underworld isn't in a hurry to attack the front lines of the void, and we're retaliating as usual. The situation of the newbies is also quite, some of them are actually veterans, and they're taking charge of a front. They've turned from silly newbies of order into veterans now, and the newbies who came later are still holding on and have potential. Yuan Kong counted with her fingers. In short, there's no change in the overall situation, which is almost equivalent to no change. The changes in small aspects wouldn't affect the overall situation, so it's fine to treat it as if there's no change. How's the spiritual temple? Little Star, See You, and the others? Speaking of this, Yuan Kong turned around and walked into the main hall. He silently pushed open the door and entered the hall. With a single glance, he saw the consciousness cloud that hadn't changed for tens of billions of years, as well as two figures wrapped in a ball of light floating below the big idiot's consciousness cloud. They were Siyu and Feng Qinghuang. 20 days ago, they had come to the spiritual temple to look for the big idiot's consciousness cloud in order to break through to reciprocity. She was worried, so she came along. Looking at the current situation, everything's normal and stable. There's no problem with the three of them. Siyu and Qinghuang's laws are going through the final transformation. The laws, order, soul, and divinity are all in the final stages of transformation. With the stable conditions and with the big idiot beside, the whole process is much faster. It should be done in a few more days. Yuan Kong let out a long sigh. As for the big idiot hasn't done anything. It's been like this for tens of billions of years, and it seems to be the same now. However, the aura of his soul is strengthening. If it's like what you've predicted, perhaps it'll take some time. Speaking of this, how are the others? Are things going well over there? There was a moment of silence in the soul message. After a while, the voice of the little angel sounded. She sighed. It's not going well. That's the only thing I can confirm is that it's not good news. Yuan Kong frowned and sighed again. Ever since the control of the world core in the deity realm was completed, all living beings in the deity realm had experienced a strong cleansing of the laws. Their own laws and order were strengthened by the imprints left in the deity realm. According to the original theory, within a few 100 million years after the cleansing of the laws, there would be Yuanshi realm cultivators other than the guardians. But yes, it's a pain in the ass. The influence of the chaos tide, or the problem of the chaos tide, caused some unexpected situations to occur. It wasn't difficult to solve, but it would take time. Because the big idiot wasn't around, they could only use some simple methods to solve it. After tens of billions of years, they found a solution, and it was still in the implementation stage. At this moment, there was still only one Yuanshi god in the void frontline. The imprints and wills left in the void by the chaos tide are too stubborn. It'll take a long time to get rid of them. However, after the strong cleansing of the laws, Yuan Ji and many other warriors of the deity realm showed signs of breaking through to the next realm. According to Jing Yun, once the time is up and the Origin Temple completely gets rid of the interference, they'll be able to ascend to the Yuanshi realm, and several at once. Before that, we'll need time. Yuan Kong turned around and walked out of the hall. She let out a sigh of relief. Time again. Fighting against the death fog of the abyss and the underworld for time really wasn't something that could be done easily. Do you need my help? Yuan Kong stretched her body. Her bright yellow dress was very bright under the sunlight of the void node. The little girl back then had grown into a beautiful girl. Time had also erased all the playfulness and jokes on her surface, hiding everything in the depths of her eyes. The little angel shook her head. The situation at the front line hasn't changed. It's still normal. You just have to look after Siyu and Blue Phoenix. They've been fighting against the chaos for too long. Although they've been purified repeatedly by the energy tower, I'm still worried that there might be accidents. That's why I want you to go back with them. Although she had expected this, Yuan Kong still couldn't help but pout after being rejected. She replied in a serious tone, "All right, I'll look after them. There won't be any problems. I'll leave everyone at the front line to you, sister." Okay. After saying goodbye to each other, the little angel turned around and walked out of the Temple of Origins. The scenes of energy explosions flashed and replayed before her eyes. It was never-ending and never-ending. In front of the exaggerated magic circle of the second defense line, the army of manifestations had to use all their strength just to get closer to the realm of order. Compared to the years of battle, the world of order was truly defending and resisting. At least on the surface, that was the case. They would not become mentally exhausted because of the never-ending charge of the manifestations. Even if they rotated a few echelons, they would not be able to keep up with the rate of energy consumption and would eventually be defeated. Everyone who had gotten used to the power of the second defense line had also made corresponding changes to the power of each echelon. The power of each echelon displayed now was the most appropriate power, appropriately making it difficult for the army of manifestations to penetrate the defensive line of order in a single wave of attacks would also allow them to snatch some free time to deal with other matters that were equally important and had to be dealt with while the front line was in a state of war. In the space behind the Temple of Origin, the little angel walked forward quickly and touched the order barriers set up in the space. The scene in front of her changed quickly, and a pure white space appeared. Pieces of pure white cubes of different sizes floated in the space. This was the familiar observer space, which was opened up by Hui, who took over the position of the observer. However, unlike the pure white space, the observer space here could observe the situation of the outside world, and the degree of observation was even more detailed than the outside. After all, it was a space constructed by the power of the observer. A pillar was placed in the center of the observer space. It was a pure white energy pillar with a diameter of about 10,000 feet and a height of God knows how many miles. The pure white cubes of the observer space were strung diagonally across the 3 sections of the pillar. There were a total of 9 such huge cubes strung together. When the cubes rotated with the pillar as the axis, the 4 sides parallel to the ground would gush out a trace of strange energy aura, making it constantly flow in the observer space. Hui and Jingyun were now standing under the pillar, staring at the colorful energy runes that were changing on the pillar and the cubes. They held their breath and looked solemn as if they were constipated. Jing Yuanji, Frost, and Dao Tian stood aside and looked up at the big block that was a combination of the pillar and the cubes. Frost secretly yawned when no one was paying attention and saw the little angel coming in. She quickly went up to her and asked, "Ming, how are you and the rest?" "No problem." The little angel nodded and looked at the big pillar that continued to operate in an unknown way. She then looked at Hui and Jingyun, who were frowning and at a loss of what to do. She sighed. The 2 of them had been in this position for many days, and there was no special movement. As mentioned earlier, the second line of defense now had a more appropriate allocation of defensive power. They did not need to let all of them press on the border all the time to crazily resist the army of manifestations. The perfect allocation of power allowed them to withstand the impact of the tide of darkness. They could also free up some manpower and time to do other things. For example, the strange pillar in front of her. The people in this space had been studying the pillar for God knows how many years. Every inch of the structure was the work of painstaking effort. Every energy rune was engraved stroke by stroke. She also participated in it. This thing alone took millions of years to build. Well, in the middle, it was overturned and redone millions of times. The pillar in front of her was the current latest structure. Although she could not be sure whether it would be overturned and redone in 2 days, it was very likely that it would be overturned and redone. A creation of rules used to eliminate all the imprints that the tide of chaos imprinted on this world, the Pillar of Origin. That was a special product used to fight against the abnormalities that only appeared in this era. No one had ever done it before, and no one would do it in the future. Just like the predecessor who created the refluxing heart of the world, they and the others had also embarked on the path of another kind of pioneers. It was a special, twisted path used to deal with this era. Chapter 17:01. Although I can help a little with the regulation and operation of the origin energy, there are many things that are difficult to deal with without you around. A part is missing here, a part is missing there, a part is missing there. There are holes in the structure itself. Even if I continue to deduce, hey, don't be in such a hurry to break it again. I just thought of it. Anyway, let's find a solution to every hole. Now that we have a template in front of us, we can solve the unreasonable parts, loopholes, missing rules, and order that can't be strung together. If we break it again, we'll have to start all over again. It's like doing nothing for hundreds of years. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. But this thing is wrong from the moment it starts with asterisk. Hey, that's not necessarily true. God knows if our judgment is wrong or right for this lump of, the creation of the origin energy. You see, at least its body structure is stable and has not collapsed. That must be, well, there is a corresponding stable part. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. If that's the case, it doesn't seem to be a problem. But is this method of making the best out of the mistakes really feasible? Anyway, you don't have any other way now, do you? Do you still want to hold the origin energy and ask it, why can't you just cooperate? That's impossible. That won't happen. Since it won't cooperate with us, we can only cooperate with them. Let's find the mistakes in the structure that is full of holes now. That's fine. In the pure, white observer space, Jingyun and Hui were talking, waving their hands and shaking their heads, sighing and discussing. There were several times when they almost knocked down the big pillar and the big stick and started all over again. The little angel and the others were watching from the side. They also tensed up and took deep breaths every time they conveniently and then exhaled when they let go. The onlookers were more nervous than the executors. There was no helping it. They had been here for hundreds of years, helping and watching it built step by step. If they really demolished it with a bang, well, they would cry but have no tears. What would be knocked down was hundreds of years of hard work. Boom. Sorry, I really can't take it anymore. The top part is too ridiculous. If I don't blow it up, I'll feel uncomfortable. Hui and the girls. This guy really did make a move without saying anything. They were not even mentally prepared. Frost looked at the top 1/3, and 3 large cubes suddenly collapsed in a roar of rolling energy and slid down from the air. They disintegrated into pure energy and the chaotic power of the rules and dissipated in the air. Looking at the wisp of dust and energy traces, everyone let out a sigh of relief. It's been pushed down again. Although it was only 1/3, Shuang wrinkled her little nose and muttered, "You dismantled it again." The little angel looked at her aggrieved face and helplessly reached out to pat her head, as if comforting a child who was holding back her tears after her toy was broken. That part will be rebuilt very quickly. It can't be helped that there are abnormalities and errors in the rules in the middle. We have to push them away. Otherwise, it will only be more outrageous. Jing Yuanji took a long breath. Was there a problem with the all-void plan at the beginning? If the scope is too big, all of a sudden, it should increase a lot of difficulty. Well, that's just the direction of a big plan. It can't be adjusted to that extent at all. Hui listened and waved his hand and explained seriously, in fact, we just left a large part of the scope of the rules to expand the space rules in the future. At the beginning, it certainly won't involve such a large scope at once. Leaving that part of the space is just for us to adjust and reserve the position in that direction. The rule scouring that acts on a wide scope often has problems in the size of the scope. In the end, the final product either retains the scope but the effect is weakened, or retains the effect, but the scope of the effect is sharply reduced. So from now on, we have left a part of the space and capacity for the space rules to spread. First, we have a larger scope of control, and then slowly reduce the scope. This is also to adjust the situation. Sometimes when we push down and rebuild, the space rules added in may not be exactly the same as the last time. if there is no problem, the scope of the rule scouring will also be different. Jing Yun also explained. Jing Yung thought of the space of rules that Lord Hui asked her to make at the beginning of the time. She suddenly understood. At that time, you asked me to use the space of rules that can be extended. So this is what it is. That's what it is. Hui nodded. It's a very simple thing that can be thought of. The little angel also turned her head at this time. Haven't you thought that if it is really successful after the rule scouring that is targeted at the all-void to cleanse the marks left by the tide of chaos, the underworld will also recover? Both Jing Yun and Hui were stunned. Then they laughed dryly and waved their hands vigorously. Impossible, impossible. No, no. Jing Yun chuckled and explained, those are the marks left behind by the tide of chaos in the void. Firstly, we are not the gods of origin. Secondly, we are not the concept bodies of chaos. And thirdly, we are not beings of the same status as them. If they come out and do it themselves, they would be able to solve the problem completely. However, we are mortals, and it is already very rare for the power of the gods to be shaken even slightly. This is the direction we are currently working towards. As long as we can remove the marks of the tide of chaos in a part of the void, such as the void around the divine realm, the warriors of the divine realm will have no obstacles on their path to the primeval. If it is so easy to get rid of the mark of chaos, I will hang myself upside down on the city gate and let the wind blow for 100 years. Hui waved his hand and shouted in a commanding tone. Jing Yun and the other girls were speechless. He even shouted that out. This blessed mouth of his shouted out loud. Was something going to happen? Well, even if the level of the blessed mouth was high, it might not be able to affect this level of the void incident. Let him say what he wants. The main problem now is, after laughing, Jing Yun scratched her head again. The origin energy and the origin law do not like to pay attention to us. Although the origin temple can help the origin energy and the origin law to operate, perhaps the problem is that after several rounds of processing, they are only in place. The distance between the process and end is too far, and the origin energy and the origin law that do not listen to orders are half rash. So they frequently hit the wall, and the whole process cannot be carried out smoothly. To put it bluntly, without Maple, no one can steadily and smoothly mobilize the origin energy and the origin law. We have to use other methods to try to mobilize them, but the results are not very good. Hui squatted in front of the huge pillar, and hundreds of magic circles appeared around him. They were all aimed at the pillar that was shining brightly. The feedback from the magic circles gave him a headache. I feel dizzy just by looking at it. It's really dizzy. Jing Yun, who was floating in the air, stared at the hole in the energy pillar that had just burst open. She sighed heavily. The origin energy and laws that burst out from the crack were quite chaotic. It was like stuffing a bunch of random things into one's stomach, not caring if those things could stay in the same room or be calmly eaten by the stomach. It was too late to regret when they let out a muffled sound in the stomach. The result was purely based on luck. If one was lucky, they might have indigestion. If not, they might have a stomachache. If worse, they might faint or they might be gone. Anyway, in the past millions of years, the tower was often gone. That's right, it was really gone because they had pushed it down and started over again. It took a day to recast the upper 1/3 of the energy pillar. When Jing Yun and the little angel were done again, they looked at the pillar and breathed a sigh of relief. Jing Yuanji could not help but say, I don't know how long the tower will be stable this time. Maybe not long. Jing Yun smiled bitterly, making changes on the spot, instead of just staring at it like before, inferring in my mind what should be changed, what needs to be adjusted, what needs to be adjusted, what needs to be adjusted. what needs to be adjusted, what needs to be adjusted, what needs to be adjusted, what needs to be adjusted at the back, and then wait for the final adjustment to be made at one time. Instead, I directly operate and make changes maybe in 2 or 3 days. Boom! Jingyun turned around calmly. The violent energy at the bottom of the energy pillar had opened a 1,000-foot-long energy crack. The burst of energy and smoke drowned Hui in it and could not be found. Ahem, my mistake. Hui coughed dryly and came out of the smoke, looking at 2 pairs of stunned eyes. He could not help but smile bitterly. It's a problem with the origin law and order. I just made a little adjustment. I didn't expect it to explode. I really just made a little adjustment. Jingyun went up and waved her hand to disperse the billowing energy smoke and dust, looking at the big hole at the bottom that was 1,000 or 2,000 feet wide. She took a deep breath. It exploded as soon as I finished speaking. This core structural law seems to be almost scrapped. I really didn't do it on purpose. Hui smiled bitterly. He was not an expert in dealing with these things in the first place. His talent was to resist and take a beating. He did not expect that one day he would have to stand up and do scientific research. At this moment, it was too late to change himself. He could only brace himself and do it. To be honest, if he was replaced by Feng and let Feng and Jingyun cooperate, maybe in these millions of years, they would have already, well, even if they did not do it, at least there would be very obvious progress. Unlike now, they were staring at the smoking pillar in a daze. There was a problem with the core structural law. At this moment, Jingyun and Hui were sitting in front of the big hole in a daze with their arms crossed. The huge cube above their heads was still slowly rotating. Every 10 minutes or so, the surface that was scorched by the energy would appear in front of them. Seeing this, they were even more depressed. They lowered their heads and looked at each other. One after another, they began to sigh and mutter repeatedly. Then, not long after, they got up and continued to rebuild while cursing. When the little angel was helping, she could not help but ask, "Little star, is there no other way to strengthen the control of the origin energy? We have discussed this problem for tens of billions of years." Jingyun sighed, physically and mentally exhausted. Hui nodded and sighed beside her. The little angel also sighed when she heard this. She had also discussed it, but she had forgotten about it. Then what about another way? Is there any energy and the power of rules that can replace the origin energy and be controlled? Jingyun was stunned for a moment. She had never thought about this problem. Usually, she would think of ways to torment the origin energy. After all, it was the most powerful force in the world of order. If she wanted to change the energy, she said, "Well, it's not that there isn't any." The little angel and the others raised their eyes in joy. However, this joy did not last more than 2 seconds before it was washed away by a bucket of ice water. But it has to be at least the origin energy and the power of the rules of the high-level heavenly God of the beginning. It also has to be combined with the divine, right, and divinity. Moreover, one high-level heavenly God is not enough. Jingyun spread her hands and sighed to express her regret. Then she glanced at Hui. Huey's scalp tingled under her gaze. He waved his hands vigorously and said, "Damn, don't look at me. I'm just a weak, pitiful, and helpless beginner, heavenly God of the beginning. If you say that a beginner, heavenly God of the beginning is enough, then I will achieve my goal even if I have to risk my life. But you said a high-level heavenly God of the beginning. I'm hundreds of primordial realms away from the current me. That won't work. It 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 won't work even if you cut off your own reincarnation. I'm not Maple. I don't have so many conditions." Jing Yun smiled bitterly and said, "I'm just looking at you. But if you're already a high-level heavenly god of the beginning, you don't have to waste so much effort. A shield of the high-level heavenly god of the beginning can smash through the void." Hui smiled bitterly. He had used all his efforts to reach the level of heavenly god of the beginning. If he wanted to continue climbing, it was really too difficult. For nearly 100 billion years, he had only climbed 3 or 4 small steps, and he did it in a daze. Afterward, he couldn't figure out how he climbed up. Maybe he was forced to do it by the abyss death mist. The two of them sighed at the same time, for a dozen times. Jing Yun was so distressed that she pulled her hair. This is reality. This is the void that is doomed. The solution to this problem is always more advanced than what they have in their hands. In fact, it is unknown how many times more advanced it is. This is purely making things difficult for them. They can't reach up and down. They can't reach up and down. They don't want to join the underworld and be subservient to others. They can only cling tightly to the entire order void and can only resort to unscrupulous means. But they haven't really been picky about the means. If they can use the best method, they will naturally use the best method. If they can't use the best method, they can also use the second best method. But their biggest problem now is that they don't have a solution. How's Frost's principal origin? The little angel looked at Frost and said to Jing Yun and Hui, "Didn't you say that her principal origin is a bit special? Is there anything that can be used?" "It won't work." Jing Yun shook her head and sighed. "I've considered the situation of all of us, but I couldn't get an accurate answer. The principal origin of complete original life forms is very special. They are a special existence that is different from the void, an anomaly that is not allowed by the void. Their entire life is fighting, using all their might to deceive and adapt to the void. You can actually think of the entire process as having a special structural principle. This principle does nothing but put on a layer of energy barrier that no one can see or touch. Even the original life forms do not know about. This barrier is constantly fighting against the void and is constantly changing itself, making it harder for the void to penetrate it, until it can completely resist the infiltration of the void. It will not stop changing. It won't stop until the void stops. This is the structural principle of the origin life form's self-perfection that I've mentioned. In fact, it's much more complicated than what I've described. In the end, it would really perfect the origin life form to the point that the void can't do anything to it. Even if it's heavily wounded to the point of collapse, the origin life form would not be disintegrated by the void. Jing Yun said, and looked at Frost. Now that she's at this level, we don't have to worry about the void swallowing her up. The little angel breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that. He was worried that that would happen. This kind of self-perfection structural principle can indeed work on the origin energy and the origin law, but the latter has to be at least 90% complete. If it's less than 90%, the principal origin of the origin life form can't take effect. After all, it's the origin energy. Jing Yun continued to sigh, although he didn't want to say it. But really, if only the little brother could wake up soon, their limitations would be greatly reduced. The space here suddenly fell into silence. The pillar had been repaired, but Jing Yun and Hui were stunned and did not casually make any more moves. Even if they found some abnormalities that were not suitable, every time they raised their hands, they would stop before they intended to move. Even if they wanted to make the best of the mistakes, they had to think carefully. They could just blow it up casually. If there were no changes, even if they blew it up tens of billions of times, there would still be no result. Master Hui, we've detected an enemy origin life form in the abyssal death fog. This is mid-level. At most, it's a mid-level origin life form. Please come and help. The sudden roar of energy in their minds startled Hui and Jing Yun. They looked at each other and felt a little helpless. Well, our friend seems to be unhappy with us staying here and making trouble all day long. Now he's here. Hui slapped his face and turned to walk away. The pure white color on his body dissipated and was replaced by a dazzling golden light. The netherworld ruins sword floated up from the ground and fell into his hand. Let's go, guys. Let's welcome the guest. Jingyun let out a long breath and followed them out. Well, these millions of years have not been wasted. This broken pillar is not fixed, but we've got a new thing that we haven't had time to experiment. Now we're not in a good mood. Let's try it on that mid-level origin life form. We thought for a moment and nodded. All right, let's try it on him. Fireworks. The Guardian has informed the entire Void frontline that all number 1 special energy towers have entered overload. The remaining 100 origin energy towers and normal energy towers are to gather all energy in the number 1 special energy tower. I repeat, number 1 special energy tower. Don't get it wrong. Just gather the energy and leave the rest to me. Jing Yuanji followed behind and asked curiously, Master Hui, what is number 1 special energy tower? A new one? It's something in Maple's last words. Hui replied with a yawn. It can gather 1/3 to 4/5 of the energy in the entire Void frontline at once. And then Jingyun raised her thumb and slashed a streak of silver light across her neck, her slightly tanned face showing a sinister smile. All in one strike. It is one of the trump cards used to punish high-level existences, and was only completed in recent years. The creation of that special energy tower is too complicated, and even the Temple of Origins could hardly replicate it. They could only create half of the components, while the other half were all specially made. Although the defense of the Void frontline will drop in a short time after using it, it's the most effective way to deal with that one of the enemy. Well, that's the limit when it comes to dealing with a mid-level origin, unless they continue to change the parts. The little angel sighed. This big idiot. He's still not at ease even when he's asleep. He has to make something to show his presence. She could foresee how lively the Void would be later. After all, that thing was made with his ideas as the core. It would definitely be very, very loud. The consciousness lurked in the chaotic Void. That was the scene when heaven and earth were first created. The very beginning of the Void was this chaotic, without any order. What kind of conditions, what kind of factors caused that strand of order to appear in the Void? No one knew. Perhaps they didn't know, and they probably didn't understand either. Was this a characteristic of the Void, or was the Void an insignificant test for order? Or was it just a one-of-a-kind small miracle in the Void? In any case, order appeared in the Void. After more than 200 eras of hard work, this wonderful world of order was formed. It was not perfect enough, not pure enough, and not absolutely inferior. It was just a gray line that was just right, filled with countless scenes that annoyed and delighted people at the same time. He heard it. He heard it. He heard it. It was a distant and intimate call that reached the end of his soul. It was like crying and complaining with hidden bitterness and unwillingness. If there was something that he wanted to say, if there was something that he wanted to do, he had to express it to others. However, if he had decided to just walk forward alone, he did not have to tell anyone. If he had been like this from the beginning, did it mean that he did not have to care about anything and just rushed forward fearlessly? Until now, he still wasn't sure of the answer. Should he walk forward fearlessly, or should he carry someone on his back and be led by someone else? Until now, he still hadn't gotten a good answer. If the two choices led to the same result, he might as well choose the latter, which at least made him feel a little more comfortable. What a contradiction. Yes, it was like that. If I want to go back, It's too dark here. However, it doesn't matter. Light is born from the heart. As long as there is light in the heart, there is no fear of the darkness ahead. In the boundless chaos, a mumbling voice rang out, causing the boundless darkness to squirm. Shadows seethed, and the weight of millions of worlds, billions of light and darkness streaked across the entire world with the impact of ebbing tides. The silhouette that was immersed in the eternal darkness rapidly disappeared. A pair of colorful eyes slowly opened, accompanied by the first breath quietly surging. Chapter 17:02. His consciousness slowly awakened from the ancient and eternal land of exile, rushing towards the surface of the water along with the ebbing tide. Having just woken up and felt as if he had just thawed out of an icy state, he gradually sensed the existence known as self. He could feel that his consciousness was taking over some things. Gradually, he sensed the breath of life in the state of nothingness and could touch some concepts that could not be seen or touched in the darkness. When those familiar yet unfamiliar feelings returned to his consciousness, silence, absolute silence. Amidst the rapid surging of energy, there was no sign of panic. A tremendous amount of energy had just finished surging and was now gradually calming down. Everything that could be sensed in the surroundings was rapidly returning to a state of calmness. This was the first feeling one felt when one's consciousness awakened. It was so quiet. Apart from the movement of the energy surging, there was no other sound that could be heard. It was as if he was lying in a soundproof box, exiled by the entire world. He could not sense anything around him, but his senses were normal. It was only the environment that was quiet. At least, he could still hear his own breathing. He took a deep breath as if to encourage himself. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes with a bit of laziness and confusion, as if he had just woken up from a long dream. His eyes were pure white, with a circle of dark gray separating them from the whites of his eyes. It looked a little strange, but if one looked carefully, they didn't seem to be wrong. As his eyes moved, wisps of his initial aura leaked out of his body and filled the space. As he gradually regained consciousness, they shrank back into his body bit by bit, like a gust of wind gushing past him. Then he returned to silence once more. Phew, Yun Nuoshing slowly sat up and looked around. The unfamiliar ceiling, the unfamiliar walls, the unfamiliar floor, and the somewhat familiar hall. Ah, he did not think that he had returned to the 139th era. The matter here was not over yet. So how could he be let go so easily? He still had to experience that scene, and that scene. It was an established fact, a drama that could not be escaped. The Hall of Souls. Ah, it's in the Temple of Souls. It took Yun Nuoshing a few minutes to recognize the familiar hall. Yun Nuoshing muttered to himself. It seems that it was moved to the Hall of Souls in the end. Maybe the process of the soul recovering from the dead was a little slow, or there was a little mistake, so it was moved here. Speaking of which, how many years had passed? All of his belongings were placed in the Book of Epics, including his entire spiritual world. Now, if he wanted to touch and confirm what time it was, well, there was no way. He should still be in the void. At the front line of the void, the battle between order and chaos had destroyed much of the surface information of the concept layer of rules. It was obviously not advisable to confirm the time of the Grand Yuan realm here. Therefore, every node would have its own gadget to confirm the time in the city. If he remembered correctly, he would be able to see it as long as he walked out. With that in mind, he slowly stood up. The reconstruction of the body was much faster than the awakening of the soul. His consciousness, spirit, and soul had already adapted to this body during the reconstruction process, and could now move nimbly when he stood up. If he could even rush to the front line and fight the abyssal death mist with 1,000,000 magic circles. In other words, He had spent a lot more time recovering. He had just recovered from a serious illness and had been lying in bed for half a year waiting to recover. That was probably what it meant. The imprints in my soul have completely disappeared. Fortunately, I left the imprints that did not belong to me in the spiritual world. As long as I retrieve the spiritual world, well, there shouldn't be any more complicated steps. Stepping out of the spiritual temple, Yun Nuoshing squinted her eyes fiercely at the dazzling sunlight descending from the sky. She used her hand to block the artificial light and blinked hard a few times. After a while, she shook her head absent-mindedly to stabilize her vision and quickly looked around. The city of Node Zero was safe and sound. There were no changes at all. The huge pillar in front of her that she could see at a glance was inscribed with the laws of time in the void. She only needed to touch it with her soul power to know. Even if she did not look at that pillar, she could just look at the side. When she exited the spiritual temple, she could also see the laws of time imprinted on it. And after exiting the spiritual temple, a line of words was left in the space in front of her. Awaken friends, quickly get familiar with yourselves. We will meet again at the front lines. Lightly touching that line of words, Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief. Those were words left for those who had been reborn in the spiritual temple, and for anyone who had woken up and walked out of the spiritual temple. Similar words could be found in this space. As long as one slowly walked forward, they would be able to see them with their soul power and the power of laws. So, it has already been a whole 100 billion years. Yun Nuoshing looked at that line of time imprinted with the power of laws and muttered. Taking a deep breath, she let out a long sigh, repeating to herself, 100 billion years, 100 billion years. Maybe I need to get familiar with and adapt to some people again. Maybe I need to look at the current situation again. And, hey, buddy, don't stand at the door. You'll block the way. A voice suddenly sounded behind him, causing Yun Nuoshing to be startled. He subconsciously took a step to the side and walked to both sides of the door. He subconsciously replied, "Sorry, I was a little distracted." "Ah, I can understand. You are a newcomer, right? Going through death and resurrection will indeed be a little chaotic. The spirit, soul, and even one's own divinity will have some misconceptions. But it doesn't matter. Familiarize yourself within the range of the spiritual temple, and you will be able to move." Yun Nuoshing turned around and saw a young man clad in brown clothes coming out of the spiritual temple. He greeted him with a friendly smile, but remember not to stand in front of the door next time. The current situation is still good, so there aren't too many people coming out at once. In a really difficult situation, the people coming out of the spiritual temple will be as fierce as a flood. With your small body standing in the middle of the road, you will probably be sent flying. An unfamiliar face. Well, that's normal. Even in the void front lines before his fall, he didn't know more than 30% of the people there. But quite a few people knew him. Well, it seems that this young man should also be a newcomer to him. Yun Nuoshing looked at the young man from head to toe. Seeing that he was at the realm of higher origin, he asked, "What's the situation at the front lines now?" "TCH, what else can it be? It's only 3 or 4 days. The youth waved his hand and swore in reply, making Yun Nuoshing bitterly smile, explaining, "I have been sleeping in the spiritual temple for a while, and not just for 3 or 4 days. My soul is also very clean. So many things can't necessarily be explained according to the time I fell asleep." "Oh, you're the part that was almost annihilated." The young man reacted at once, touching his chest and nodding. "Yeah, I just happened to need some time to get used to it. So I'll tell you about it. Do you still remember where you died?" Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. "I don't remember. Where are we now? Where is the void front lines?" The young man stared blankly, instinctively feeling that something was not right. I say, little sister, you seem to have died for a long time. The void front lines have not retreated for a long time. Yun Nuoshing's words got stuck in his chest, and he nodded with a depressed and bitter smile. Yes, it's been a long time. You said that it has not retreated for a long time. Could it be? He pondered for a moment. Could it be that we are now at the second defensive line? Of course, the second defensive line has been standing guard for 100 billion years. The young man looked at him strangely. I say, little sister, have you not sorted out your consciousness and soul? You can't have been sleeping in the spiritual temple for 100 billion years, right? Is there something wrong with your memory? I have never heard of anyone sleeping in the spiritual temple for 100 billion years. Did you get rid of part of your soul's memory when you were reforged? Well, Yun Nuoshing continued to smile bitterly. He had actually slept for 100 billion years. Sai, you are really unlucky. That damned trash group. What have you done to this world? The young man saw that he was in a daze and did not look like he was awake, and thought that he was an unlucky fellow who had lost his memory. He sighed and patted him on the shoulder. All right, little sister, you don't seem to be in a good condition. Why don't you go back to the holy temple and reorganize yourself? I will go to the front lines to continue the fight. We are holding the front lines now, so there will be no problem for a while. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. I'll go later. I'll stay here for a while. Oh, right. Oh, right. I came in while I was guarding the second defensive line. I heard that before I came to the second defensive line. The pressure on the void front lines was a few million times greater. I have never experienced that. Let me tell you, the void front lines are under terrible pressure right now. They are fighting day and night, dividing their forces into echelons and fighting nonstop. The other side would attack for a few billion years, and after a few billion years, they would enter an extremely long war of attrition. Let me tell you, do you see the current battle? It has been going on for 20 to 30 billion years. That is really, the enemy never knows fatigue. Fortunately, we have a lot of people on our side, and the echelons can rotate, or it would be hard to tell what the situation would be like. Speaking of which, I heard that the second defensive line was left behind by a great person, and it is said that it can last for several eras. Do you see those blue pancakes hanging in the sky? Those are the weapons left behind by that great person. With them, the pressure has been greatly reduced. I really don't know what the void front lines were like before I came. Well, it's better not to think about it. Ahem, I've said too much. Anyway, I'm leaving. You can rest for a while. The youth left a pile of ramblings and left the spiritual temple, leaving Yun Nuoshing standing in front of the temple with a weird expression, scratching his head and sighing. He did not know how to face someone who talked about him in front of his face. He had heard many details from the youth's ramblings. Since the void front lines arrived at the second defensive line, their defensive forces had experienced a surge, and the pressure against the abyssal death shroud had plummeted. But even so, the endless battle had never stopped. If either side stopped, the other would be killed, so it could never stop. Speaking of which, the things he left behind should have been used. He had just thought of some good ideas that could be used to build city defense and strengthen the defensive forces of the void front lines. In the end, the second defensive line was used too early. Leaning against the wall of the holy sanctum, Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh, according to the original plan. He thought that if he could survive relatively unscathed until the 56th and 57th era before using the second defense line, then he should be able to escape from that nightmarish ending. But now, looking at the reality, in the middle to the end of the 51st era, which was equivalent to the beginning of the war, he had already used the second defense line. Then the days after that, well, Reality always runs faster than the ideal. It could not be helped, but he never thought that it would be this fast. No, I have to make some changes. The second and third defensive lines alone are probably not enough. Theoretically, the second defensive line could hold out for 3 eras, while the third defensive line would be used for the final battle. But according to the current situation, appropriate changes are needed. The changes I just thought of are only minor in scale. It would not affect the bigger picture. But the bigger picture was not so easy to change. He wanted to affect the bigger picture, but it was too difficult. Rubbing his bangs and thinking hard, he then thought of a major problem. Could it be that because he died too early, the Void frontlines lost a powerful person to hold the fort and had no choice but to activate the second defensive line prematurely? Buffed. No. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and waved his hand to get rid of those thoughts. Although he knew that he was good at fighting, it was not to the extent that the Void would collapse without him. There were also many powerful beings in the Void front lines. Hui and Jingyun were also there. It was not to the extent that the Void front lines would die without him. He was the most powerful person in the Void, not the center of the Void. The Void did not revolve around him, so it was not to the extent that it would collapse. It should not be, right? It could not really be his problem, could it? But even if it was really his problem, there was no other choice. They did not have a better choice that day. If they did not kill the high-level premier and let him roam around the Void front lines, he could push them back to the upper plane at any time. Even if they used all kinds of methods to kill the high-level premier in the Void, it was not a good thing to drag it out too long. If they killed the high-level premier as soon as they arrived, killing the high-level premier could also intimidate the enemy and make them misjudge their life-risking combat power. It would be best if it could be used as a deterrent. Well, that was what he thought from the beginning, which was why he rushed forward without thinking. If the Void front lines retreated later because he was not there, that would be the price. In this respect, it was a very good result for the Void front lines to hold on to the second defensive line, which was still in the middle plane. Phew, forget it. Anyway, let's go find those idiots and see what's the situation now. 100 billion years have passed, and there are some things that really need to be understood and looked at again. Yun Nuoshing breathed a long sigh of relief and walked out of the spiritual temple. Before he reached the stairs, 2 figures suddenly landed on the stairs. He subconsciously stepped aside to let them pass, but his eyes were half a second late when he glanced at the 2 and froze. The 2 who had just landed were also stunned. Their eyes met, and the space froze. Yun Nuoshing was the first to recover. He raised his right hand and waved it a few times, smiling brightly. Long time no see. You guys, boom. But before he could finish his words, he was sent flying by 2 cannonballs, crashing into the wall of the spiritual temple. The wall was unlucky to have a hole in it. Fortunately, the spiritual temple didn't have a physical body, and the damage inflicted on it wouldn't affect the inside. In short, by the time he reacted, the hole in the wall had already started to slowly recover. I feel a bit of pain in my lungs. Yun Nuoshing grimaced, lowering his head to look at the 2 girls who had stopped moving after pressing their heads on his chest. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and reach out to pat their heads, softly saying, Okay, I'm fine now. Feng Qing Huang was the first to recover. Her lily-white hand gently rubbed the corner of her eyes before returning with a bright and moving smile. You're back. Yun Nuoshing reached out to scratch her nose. Although she had suppressed it well, he could still hear her nasal voice. As for the other girl, who was still pressing her face on his chest, his clothes were now wet. Gently patting Siyu's head, Yun Nuoshing smiled and said to the 2 girls, I'm back. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. It's been hard on you all these years. Then Siyu burst into tears. Feng Qinghuang also sniffled and buried her face in his shoulder. She grabbed his clothes with one hand and hugged his waist with the other. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really had to say those words because he needed to. He really didn't mean to stir up their emotions. Sigh. But looking at the two girls, they were at Origin Realm. They had reached Origin Realm in 100 billion years. It was even earlier than he had thought. He really didn't know how they had spent these years. Did they risk their lives to fight in the void? Or did they risk their lives to the point of losing themselves? You girl had the aura of 2 or 3 soul remodeling. If he didn't guess wrong, she should have made 2 trips to the spiritual temple. As for Qing Huang, even if she had an accident, she would have undergone nirvana rebirth. So, she wouldn't have left a mark unless she was seriously injured. A few minutes later, the 2 girls who had cried to their heart's content calmed down. Even when they sat down, they pulled his arm with all their strength, fearing that he would suddenly disappear again. All right, even if you didn't grab me, I wouldn't have disappeared so quickly. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and continued to pacify the 2 girls. These years, how have you been? I know it hasn't been very good. Tell me about it. Siyu curled her lips and didn't respond. The expression on her pretty face told him that she was both happy and unhappy. She was also a little pensive. Feng Qinghuang put her head on his shoulder and slowly opened her mouth, which stunned him for a moment. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the first tens of thousands of years after his death, it was indeed because he was not around that the pressure on the front line increased sharply. When he came to the second line of defense and stood firm, everything tended to be stable. This made Yun Nuo Star feel helpless. He could only accept it and take this part of the retreat as the price to kill the high-level premier. Other than that, there was no better way. Could it be that he wanted to dig up his corpse and whip it? Sigh. What's wrong? Feng Qinghuang heard him sigh in a low voice. She turned her head and looked at him. She was a little nervous. The second defense line is fine now. Don't push yourself too hard. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. It's fine. Phew. It would be great if it could stay fine forever. Some things need to be planned as soon as possible. When he finished speaking, he saw Blue Phoenix's slightly gloomy eyes staring at him. He couldn't help but laugh. He lowered his head and rubbed his face against her forehead. All right, don't give me that kind of expression. If it's not necessary, I don't want to casually take risks. But sometimes when you have to make a prompt decision and rush forward as soon as possible, then Feng Qinghuang was still looking at him with a sad and sorrowful face. He was speechless. He suddenly remembered something that he didn't know who said to him. Is this the path you've chosen for yourself? It's so sad, so heavy, and so desperate. But when you're weighing all of this, have you ever thought about yourself? Or about the others who are always thinking about you? The answer was no. That's right. It was not that he didn't think about it, but he couldn't. He couldn't think about what would happen to him. He couldn't think about how his death would affect the others in this world. That would affect his decision. He could only rush forward without hesitation. Feng Qinghuang lowered her head and didn't look at the determination and regret reflected in his eyes. She sighed in her heart. She grabbed his arm harder. She made up her mind. I will never let go of this pair of hands, even if I have to pay with my life to follow that path. Qinghuang, see? I was right. Even if this idiot comes back to life, he will still be like this. Siyu suddenly raised her head and said to Feng Qinghuang. She poked Yun Nuoxing's waist as she said, This guy is stubborn. Even if we come back here often, he won't become smarter. Feng Qinghuang nodded seriously. I think too much. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He waved his hands and stood up. All right, Let's go back to the front line. I need to adjust myself. Otherwise, what happened? He stood up as he spoke. Before he could finish, he saw the two girls' faces magnified in front of him. He was stunned. This familiar scene, this momentum, this image. Well, he didn't need to guess anymore. Before he could react, he felt two hands on his lips. He was stunned. A few seconds later, Siyu and Feng Qinghuang stepped back at the same time. Siyu waved her hand and grinned. Phew, I said it. I finally said it this time. I don't want to learn from Jing Jiejie and suffocate myself to death. Feng Qinghuang ran her fingers through her hair. She glanced at someone who was stunned and then said to Siyu, "You just did it. You didn't say it. I turned my words into actions." "No problem." Yun Nuoshing was stunned on the spot as he watched the two girls walk forward briskly. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Perhaps the second answer would be better. Although this is actually another kind of answer. Feng Qinghuang ran back and held Yun Nuoshing's hand. "Little star, let's go. Someone is waiting for you at the front line." "All right, let's go to the front line." Yun Nuoshing let out a sigh of relief and shook his head. As for what happened just now, well, it was better not to talk about it.